All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a lovely Wednesday evening. Uh, Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you very much for the 11.3K likes on TikTok. Ibo Jinojo, thank you very much, brother. Really do appreciate all that you do. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you so much. Also, Ola Inka, it's Jaye, everyone. Thank you. Okay. All right. Good to be here. Thank you very much. Um, Second, please. Okay. All right, we're good. Thank you very much, Ibo Jinojo. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Oladiko. I mean, the number of Yemo Night as well. Thank you for liking the live. I really do appreciate it. God bless you. Welcome once again. Thank you very much for joining us. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, please like the live and kindly share the live stream as well. If you're here on TikTok, please like the live. Let's power tap. Let's keep it going. And please also click on the heart icon above my head here. Join the team. Drop your heart me. Let's push the live together to the FYP. Okay? Let's do that together, please. If you're on TikTok, please power tap and also drop gifts and all of that. We do this because, of course, it's how TikTok works. When there is wherever there's activity, especially as it relates to gift, TikTok will direct traffic. So it's the way it works. So please, let's push the live to the FYP together. Thank you very, very much. Someone just came in. And your Faye Dumari, yes, good evening. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for liking the live as well. All right. So thank God it's Wednesday. I don't hear TGIW, but might as well start now. Every day we wake up to see the dawn of a new day. We thank God. So yeah, good to be here. Praise God. Praise God from all blessings flow. Praise Him, all you saints below. Praise Him, all His heavenly hosts. Praise, praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Okay. All right, we have a number of things to discuss. We started the conversation on, about what happened in the 1930s. And like I always say, this historical conversations, we're not just trying to talk about what happened in the past and leave there. We're actually learning lessons and understanding the fact that some of the things that we're seeing right now, they're not happening for the first time. For the most part, Nigerian news is deja vu. China Peter has local on to these things have happened before, and that's why we discuss history to learn. So last time we talked about how certain things happened from folks from the east, and then we said at some point the Yorubas began to respond, and so today we're going to go into how Yoruba people reacted to Igbo supremacy, and that'll be the conversation after the news. We're going to do the news now, and then we'll get to that. Well, before we do the news, we'll bring people up, and then we'll get to class. Voji's copy says it's been about a year I started listening to you. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you very much for being here, and I'm sure you've gotten some good stuff listening. All right. So let's start with the news. Mr. Ruben Abati, or Dr. Ruben Abati, of course, was on Arise News, a platform speaks on, and he gives his opinion on what's happening now. So Nigeria is hiring a lobbying firm in the United States, and the contract is about $9 million. And the idea basically is for the lobbying firm to help communicate the actions of Nigeria to folks in the United States, particularly about the fact that Nigeria is protecting Christians in Nigeria, as against the rhetoric that we've been hearing for a bit. So he shares his opinion, and I'd like you to listen to it. And by the way, we said some time ago that the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern was actually done not just because Trump woke up one day and said, let's declare Nigeria. On one hand, you had people who were suffering, like legitimately talking about what they were going through and expecting, of course, help from wherever they could get it. But on the other hand, you had folks from the Southeast who had invested a lot of money. I'm going to tell you the exact amount very soon. Who had invested a lot of money into pushing propaganda about Nigeria. And I think they were paying about $60,000 per month, I think. I'm going to get you to the full details, right? So they have been pushing while Nigeria was just chilling. Well, Nigeria now is, hiring a lobbying firm to do the same thing for the country, to talk about the things that Nigeria is doing to protect the interests of Christians in Nigeria. So I'm going to listen to Dr. Reverend Abati, and then we will listen to... Oh, no, I found it. Yes, they were paying $60,000 to sell the story of Igbo persecution. But what Nigeria is going to do now is about $750,000 per month to DCI group to counter the story of Christian persecution in Nigeria. Let's take a listen to Dr. Abati, and then we'll listen to the other side, and then you hear something. You hear it. Let me not preempt. Let's have Dr. Abati, and then we'll go on with other things. Thank you very much. Please, if you're on TikTok, don't stop our tapping. Ibo Jinodu, I really doff my heart. Thank you very much. Let's keep liking the live and sharing as well. Okay, if you're on YouTube, by the way, wait, before I get into the news, I said there's something I did the other day I didn't want to do again. But I said we don't do news. I can't remember. I say people day platform, but I remember you guys on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you very much for being here. I'm going to call your name once we're done with this bit. All right, Dr. Reverend Abati on Arise News. Take a listen, please.
Now, lobbying is a standard, tested, old tradition within the American system. And the whole idea of lobbying is that you want your side of the story to be heard. So if Biafra, the people promoting Biafra, if they are going to the US and they are paying how much? $60,000 to sell their own story, that Igbos are being marginalized and persecuted in Nigeria, and that the idea of a Republic of Biafra will be a good proposition. I think it makes sense that the Nigerian government too is in that space. It's not about the money. It's about the fact that the Nigerian government wants to be heard so that there's not just one voice in the room. The other matter is Nigeria being designated a country of particular concern on October 30, 2025 by President Trump. So it's a very good diplomatic move to say we want to have our own people in the room. There's a group called Aste Legal also, in Kaduna, that we're told is representing the Nigerian government through the auspices of the National Security Advisor. On December 12, 2025, the Nigerian government paid $4.5 million for 6 months. And the contract is renewable for another 6 months. So the lobbyists, what they will be doing basically, is to get the Nigerian voice into the room to say, one, there is no persecution of Christians in Nigeria, or where it exists, the Nigerian government is addressing those issues, and religion is not, a major problem in Nigeria to the extent that this is, a neutral state when it comes to religion, which is well stated in Section 10 of the 1999 Constitution, and which the Minister of Foreign Affairs referred to at a forum, I think, in Germany. Now, the delivery of military supplies by the United States, this is evidence, it is a clear evidence that the cooperation that the Nigerian government talked about, that they said they needed, the assistance that they needed in dealing with the multiple threats that Nigeria faces on many fronts is real. And the Americans themselves have said there is mutual partnership between Nigeria and the United States. And now African Command, U.S. African Command, AFRICOM, as it is known, has now brought these supplies to support the Nigerian government. The mutual interest that is there is that the Americans themselves do not want, the Sahel region or West Africa to be turned into a hub, into a playground for, global terrorism networks. And so it's a question of shared interest. As for Kwankwan's follow-up.
All right, so that's about the side. We're going to listen to the other side very soon. But before we get into that, the the U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, actually put out this release earlier. U.S. forces delivered critical military supplies to our Nigerian partners in Abuja. This delivery supports Nigeria's ongoing operations and emphasizes our shared security partnership. You'd expect people to be happy with this, but then you see a lot of Nigerian so-called patriots, emergency lovers of the country, who have a problem with the fact that the United States is helping the federal government of Nigeria to deal with bandits and terrorists. So clearly, they don't really want anything good to happen to Nigeria. They're just a bunch of, losers. But one person, I don't know if he's one of them, but you judge after listening to him, was going to react about his take on this whole thing about lobbying, and I'm going to speak on that lobbying stuff once he's done. Listen to Rufai Hosseini giving his opinion on this whole thing and what he thinks about the idea of Nigeria hiring a lobbying firm in the United States to help communicate whatever actions Nigerians are taking, or Nigerian government is taking over as far as protecting the interests of Christians in the country is concerned. Take a listen to Rufai Hosseini.
I think we are all losers in this as Nigerians, both the Biafran lobbyist group and the federal government. And I'll take you back to 1968. In the thick of the Civil War, the Biafran side engaged a Geneva-based lobbying company and a media PR company called Mark Press to propagate their ideology, their ideas, and have easy passage. And we're telling the Biafran story then. The Nigerian government also reacted, got their own PR company too, to be able to equalize it. Both companies earned a lot of money, went on media spin, while Nigerians were dying in the southeast part of the country. There was kwashiorkor, there was malnourishment, there were kids dying.
Who raised this guy? Who raised this guy? Let's continue.
While the PR companies did their thing, the heart and the soul of this country was broken. Parts of this country couldn't trust each other again, but the PR companies made their money. Fast forward till today, the same thing happening. Government gets their own PR company. The Biafran lobbyist group get their own PR company. Why people are dying in Nigeria, but the PR company are making the big buck. Can we stop the killings in Nigeria? That's my priority. I don't care for the PR and the lobbyist company. Let's have a country where people will not die, where they will have sanity, where they can truly say Nigeria did not happen to them. Look at the front page of the Daily Trust. Those cars leaving a certain area was because Bello Tuji was going to strike around there. So people are dying in droves. And we are doing the PR dance. It doesn't all go well for anybody. I want a country that is safe, that is secure for everybody. That's my priority. And not all this jubilation and gesticulation. Oh, we have a pound back in the PR warfare. We are outgunning. I even saw one of the headlines say we are outgunning. Outgunning at the expense of Nigeria's life. Being gone, died, people are dying. And we are outgunning each other on who can book the best PR company? Do we think? Are we sensible? Are those lives being lost? Are they just numbers? Don't they have families, goals, and aspiration? As regards Clinton, I feel Clinton.
You know, there are people who just like to hear the sound of their own voices. Like, about him personally, because not that it really counts, but this thing that a lot of people do, where they will, you just want to be contrarian. It's not like you're saying anything grand or anything smart, but you want to be contrarian. Everybody's going this way. Even if that's the path to take, you must go against it just to prove that, no, I must not do what everybody is doing. That doesn't make you smart. It just makes you contrarian. How on earth does a sensible human being compare what's happening right now with what happened in 1968? Oh, they went to get Geneva-based, and then Nigeria went to get Geneva-based, get their own propaganda. But people were dying. As though the reason people were dying was the fact that people were countering a particular narrative. Let me make something very clear, by the way, because it's important we're discussing it. You mentioned history. You see, when Biafran apologists got into Europe, right, using folks in Geneva and also in England and then in America, they had a PR guy in America. His name was Robert Goldstein. They were able to convince people in the UK, people like Majid Param. Everyone believed that Nigeria was against. You know what? Today, should we do it today? I would have loved to read you some documents I found a while back from the United States on their interactions with Ojukwu while all the old thing was going on about Aburi. They kept saying all kinds of things. Nigeria hated them, Nigeria did this, Nigeria did that. So the world opinion was against Nigeria. And human beings like the story of the underdog, like the underdog. Oh, you want to kill this person because you are more powerful than the person. Oh, see what you have done. And then they used propaganda. Nigeria did not care. Nigeria was doing what Rufai is saying. People think they are smart. They're not very smart because you're not even reading the story. You're not reading history in context. You're just talking that, oh, both of them had this. So you are saying it as though the fact that Nigeria and Biafra had PR guys in Europe, that was the reason people were dying in the Southeast. It makes no sense. What really happened was that until Nigerians began to speak up, the only people that dominated the narrative were the Igbos. And it was full of lies. They were making things up on the... Read the book by John de St. John. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. He said that just like every other person, they unthinkingly believed everything Ojukwu was telling them. He said including himself. He said, I hasten to add, including myself. Everybody just believed everything he said. Even when he was changing the figures, they just kept believing. And he said, John de St. John said, Ojukwu played an irresponsible numbers game. Then he said, but like every other person, and I hasten to add, myself included, everybody believed unthinkingly. That's what he said in his book. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. Everybody just believed it because they are suffering. That means the big guy is the wrong person. It's got to be this underdog that has been, someone's trying to ride him or, ride roughshod. So we have to find a way to help him. And until Nigeria went out there to say, listen, guys, what he's telling you, not only is it half of the, for the most part, you have half truth, half truth. So you have some half truths in there, but for the most part, they were full-blown lies. This is what happened. This is what happened. While they were doing that, it was not like Nigeria stopped taking care of Igbos and just focused on PR issue. They were doing that and taking care of the people. Ojukwu's own PR guy, by 1968 August, his name is Robert Goldstein, he had to write a letter, an open letter, asking Ojukwu to stop using his people for PR. So when you see the people that you mentioned Kwashoko, and by the way, these things are very painful, like people dying and all of those things, but I'm not going to be blackmailed by these ignorant or half-educated clowns. The People that were doing PR for Ojukwu were now begging Ojukwu to allow his people to eat three things: medicine, milk, and food. And I said if they get these things, they'll be okay. But Ojukwu wanted content. So when you drop Kwashoko in the conversation about Biafra, you're trying to get Nigerians to feel bad about the fact that we are going out to the world and saying that these guys, like their fathers did in 68, in 67, 68, they are lying again about the country. We're supposed to keep quiet because people are dying. What kind of stupidity is this?
Of course, you shouldn't. I mean,
you've got to counter it. Does that mean you don't take care of the people? Of course you shouldn't. I mean, can we not walk and chew at the same time? Oh, the PR companies are going to make their money. So what? AVID. This group is called AVID, American Veterans of Igbo Descendants. They've been spending money, pushing certain narratives in the United States, lobbying groups working for them. And that's why as soon as Nigeria was declared country of particular concern, the first group that celebrated more than any other group that were Nigerians were the AVID guys. I read the news here, read from Premium Times, how they've been working for years. There's another group in, if I find this stuff, very quickly. Another group in the Southeast, also working with them, and they were pushing narratives, lies for the most part. Oh, the reason Nigeria is against them is because they are Christians. Oh, they took Nnamdi Kanu because Nnamdi Kanu was a Christian. All kinds of nonsense. But no, we shouldn't go against that. We should not have anybody doing PR work for us. Why? Because why should we pay them instead of using that money to do what again? To feed the people in the Southeast. See, all of us can speak English. Everybody, you can hear something good, and let me even say this, if you hear good news and in your heart you're looking for a way to poke holes, you have a problem. So now you heard America delivered certain military weapons to Nigeria and you are angry. Why are you angry? Are you demonic? Are you demon possessed? When you're not the one who talked about the fact that people are dying in the north and that our soldiers don't have enough weapons, now they're getting the weapons, you are angry. You are possessed. There is a legion, legion, because you're not even thinking. That means that what you're really after is not about safety or Nigerian interest. You just want to be right.
So in this case, for instance, you see you're a patriot.
Even at the expense of human lives. So in this case, for instance, you say you're a patriot, you are a lover. Remember the emergency in parentheses. You are a lover, an emergency lover of Nigeria, because that's what these clowns are. You heard that somebody's lying. I'll see. I think it would be nice if I can find that news report, because Omar Cole it's not look like I need to read some things to you what these clowns have done. If you know how people think of Nigeria, it was so bad that someone was talking about how they had the conference or something like that, and they were having conversations in the United States, and someone was saying that the entire country is against Biafra, is against Nnamdi Kanu because he's a Christian, and that Biafrans are Christians. That's why Nigeria is against them. This was high level, this was a high level event. I'll see if I can find that article for you. I'll read it to you if I find it. But the point I'm trying to make essentially is this: speak English if you like, but if you hear that somebody is lying against your country and you call yourself a lover of Nigeria, what a normal, sensible person would do would be to find a way to counter that narrative, to say, oh, they are lying, or see what they're saying about my country. You will not be saying, let them lie. You will say, oh, they've got to stop doing this because on Borok or Nigeria, they are demarketing the country. That's what you would do if you really love the country. And if you hear that the government is trying to do something about it, you feel like, oh, okay, this has to be done. You will not be looking for a way to poke holes and say, okay, I want to prove a point that these guys you're not that smart. Ẹkáàbọ. And that's the truth. These clowns, these people are not that smart. I don't know who told them that they were. Give me a second. I need to find you that. So if I find it, but if I don't find it, maybe when someone comes up, I'll look for it and I'll read it to you. How are you? Anyway, that was Rufai. I'll come back and read to you what that thing is. I'll look for it. But I'll just end by saying that I think that this is actually quite good. Yes, Nigeria will be spending money, but you're as good as your reputation. Okay, branding is not so much about if I just stay here, they will know. People are lying about you all over the world. Unless the Holy Ghost is telling you to keep your mouth shut, you better open your mouth and speak. They are destroying your reputation. They are saying you did something you did not do. They are happy that they eventually got what they wanted, and now that you're trying to do something about it, someone says, "Oh, don't talk about it now. Are you not supposed to prove that is a lie or no?" But let's do it this way. I'm going to play you something from. If I play this, I'm going to change the topic. Okay. I'm going to play you a funny video. It's from a space. But while I play it, I'll look for that stuff I told you about. I'm going to play you a funny video from an X space. And these are people who are planning to defeat Tinubu in the next election. So while you are enjoying this interesting conversation, I'll find you that stuff. Take a listen, please.
You move to second class, and then if you're from the core north, you then become first class. So you see where it's going now. So guys, please, I honestly want to apologize to everybody. Everybody that I've ever told to believe in the country, I honestly, if you meet me, I will actually lie down and beg you, because I don't think enough of us believe in it. I think some of us believe that there's actually a cadre system, right? They are the first class citizens who own the country belongs to them, and every other person channels their attention to them. Then there are the second class citizens who are trying their best. And then there are the third class citizens, then there are the fourth class citizens, So my apology don't finish. Chief, you can carry on.
No, we have to stop it. You see that mentality, we have to stop it. This chief happens to be one of those people giving them the hand. This chief here is one of those people giving these people the hand. There's a time you're supposed to say enough is enough. Your father has did this, you are doing it, and you want your children to continue doing it. And these people know what they are doing. They cannot take 2% of this thing they are doing to South. They cannot take 2% of it. And here you are putting it. Are you guys not ashamed? Are you guys not ashamed? They don't have two heads. They have one head. You think they rate you people? You think they rate you people? They know that you guys are sacrificed.
They don't even respect.
They know that you guys are sacrificed. You guys are nobody. They know that. You are trying to twist the truth, trying to turn logic upside down because you want to put a useless and demonic agenda. You guys not ashamed? It's time that you guys stop. This thing Violet is saying here is the pure truth, and you guys are the cause of all this thing. Cause of all this disrespect we are getting for these people. You guys are the cause. Continue. Every time you sneak yourself in here to start to convince people that are way smarter than you.
You have to you can't shout your way out of it. You have to do what others are doing.
All right, Chief Ochendo, allow me to translate for you everything they just said in the language that you understand. Are you ready? You are full of shit, and your ancestors are ashamed of you right now. They are spinning and rolling over in their graves, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of this space. Let's move on with this conversation, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, wait at the loop. I never find, but these people are funny. Anyway, sorry about that. I mean, it was fine to me. I don't know if it was fine to you. I don't want to talk about what they discussed. Ẹkáàbọ says, "Good evening, Prof. Good evening, Chief." It says, "Prof, could this animal scientist called Passover Rufai is your obedient, the worst kind?" Not this thing about being an animal scientist. I mean, animal scientists are also people. They are human beings as opposed to. You're somebody who doesn't know what's up. But let me play you something from Shore on this US matter. Mufasa says that was the voice of Izaf Yoruba. Okay. I don't even know those people. I just want the video, and I said I should play it while I'm looking for what I'm almost there. I think by the time it's done, I hope I would have found that stuff. Take a listen, please.
Understands the US very well. He lived there. He was there. Tinubu understands the US very well. He lived there. He was there, as I've always said, as a criminal, because he was selling drugs. Yes, and so he understands them very well. He knows what they want. That's why he never spoke publicly when they were harassing him. And I'm sure they have a whole lot of dossier on him that has kept him very grounded in a way that he knows what will please them. But nothing is new. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. This is how the U.S. operates. And for those of you who don't understand, one day you will understand, because I know some of you are new to these things and you are always very agitated when Showore tells you the truth about the U.S. The U.S. cannot save you except you save yourself. The U.S. has never saved anybody except the U.S. Even now, the U.S. is unable to save their city. They are killing people on their own streets for immigration offenses. They are killing their citizens. It's fascism, and it's the reason why some of us stand up and say it, even when it's unpopular. Yeah. As you are all aware, I think Donald Trump has more supporters in Nigeria than he has in the U.S. at this point. So we know who the supporters are. They are the same people who say they want to save Nigeria, but you know, it's a higher level of consciousness that drives our own conversation about global politics. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I cannot allow an African country to be run over by a U.S. president who has demonstrated fascism. That's my position.
If trekking is not
all right, so maybe when people come up, I'll find that video, that article. It's actually a very, very interesting article. It breaks down, I know I was going to talk about it. It breaks down everything that Igbos, particularly Igbos, I mean, I'd have said Nigerians, but to be fair, it's actually Igbos. So it doesn't look like we are insulting other people. What they have done in trying to lobby America, and what that has created in the minds of many Americans, or at least people in Congress. And so if you hear now that Nigeria wants to go out there, not to demarket Igbo land, but to talk about what Nigeria is doing, and then you are against that, but you call yourself a lover of Nigeria, you need to get your brains checked. I don't care if you have a platform, you are on TV or under the television, you need your head checked. Okay. Having said that, someone says Showore is just, I cannot read what you're writing, accusing someone without proof. The truth of the matter is, I think Showore wants to be arrested. Showore wants, I found what I was looking for. Finally, took a while. Took me a while, but I'm finally here. There are two articles, and I found the two at the same time. It's God no good. Showore wants to be arrested. Showore wants to, he incites, right? He says things for that shock value, and then when he says it, he expects to have the president respond, or maybe someone in the presidency. And so once it feels like, okay, now I've achieved something, but sometimes you allow people to just talk until, of course, it's too much, or it's getting too much. So when you call the president a drug lord and everything, and it makes you feel, where's the proof? No proof, just talking. But when they pick him now, be shouting revolution now. All right, let me read something to you. This is from Premium Times. Was published in November 2, 2025. Trump's ignorance about Nigeria, the dangers of a manufactured Christian genocide, by Philip Van Niekerk. I'm just going to read parts of it just to give you an idea where we are as far as what Biafra and IPOB and Igbo lobbyists and whatever they are doing in the US, what they've done so far. 2 years ago, at a dinner in Washington for so-called Africa experts to brief an incoming congressman on the continent, the newly elected lawmaker began his contribution by declaring that one of Africa's most urgent crises was a Christian genocide in Nigeria. When asked to elaborate, he cited a single name, Nnamdi Kanu, as an example of a persecuted Christian languishing in prison. The table fell silent when someone gently explained that Kanu was not a pastor or missionary, but a Biafran secessionist leader, jailed for fomenting rebellion and inciting violence, not for his faith. That same combination of ignorance and emotional manipulation resurfaced this weekend when Donald Trump erupted on social media, threatening a fast, vicious, and swift military invasion of Nigeria to stop a supposed genocide against Christians. The statement was as dangerous as it was absurd. Now let me look for that part where he talked about what they've done. Give me a second. Trump's eruption is the culmination. Please pay attention. Trump's eruption is the culmination of a years-long lobbying campaign in Washington by Biafran separatists, who have clearly repackaged their secessionist grievance as a struggle to save persecuted Christians. Since 2019, Biafran groups have declared more than $1 million on lobbying in Washington through Mercury Public Affairs, BW Global Group, and Daniel Golden. They have found a receptive audience among Christian nationalists in the United States who see Nigeria through the prism of their own culture wars. Senator Ted Cruz has floated legislation invoking religious persecution. Congressman Riley Moore has made it a personal crusade. Okay, so the point here is, you notice what he said about the fact that Biafran separatists had spent about $1 million pushing a particular agenda of, oh, they are doing this to us because we are Christians. Now, Rufai wants Nigeria not to say anything, just take care of the problem, but don't care. I mean, this is somebody working in the media. Forget about PR, forget about media. Don't just focus on taking care of these people. Like, you've got to be a bit dumb, to be honest, right? To get to the point where you're like, you know what, don't talk about what you're doing, just do it. As though if you're talking about it, it somehow precludes you from doing what you're talking about. So much for wise critics. Critics are just rabble-rousers. So in there, we see how Biafran guys had spent about $1 million as at that time. And I'm going to play you a video, one of them, when they were talking about what they have done and what they have achieved, but we'll do that later. I'm going to read on that. Let me quickly read something else to you from the cable. This was from October last year. Insight: social media amplifiers of Christian genocide claim in Nigeria affiliated with IPOB. This is from the cable. Certain echo chambers on social media have played significant roles in amplifying claims of a Christian genocide in Nigeria, the cable can report. Since Boko Haram's insurgency began in 2009, allegations of a Christian genocide in Nigeria have periodically surfaced. While such narratives have persisted over the years, their intensity has fluctuated, fading briefly after last year before regaining momentum in 2025. Then I'm going to go to, okay, in a Code for Africa supported investigation, an open source intelligence analysis indicated that the earliest major spike in mentions of related claims on X, that's formerly Twitter, appeared in March. Now let's jump to the data. Data from X showed that online conversations referencing the Christian genocide narrative remained below 5,000 posts on X from March to July, and then rose to nearly 10,000 between July and August, and then recorded a double surge in October, peaking at around 20,000 posts, the highest level in years. Between January 1 and October 1, the period covered by the investigation, there were approximately 165,000 mentions of the topic on X, an average of about 578 posts per day. So how does this affect Biafra and all these other people? Let's go straight to that part. The cable found prominent hashtags infused in the discourse. Hashtag Christian genocide, hashtag Truth Nigeria, hashtag Lara Logan, and hashtag Biafra exit now. About 38,000 of all posts about the topic came from users posting from Nigeria, based either on their profile location geotag data or inferred location from Meltwater, the analytics tool used. Truth Nigeria is a media platform funded by Equipping the Persecuted, a humanitarian aid non-profit in Iowa, US. According to the platform's website, there's something I'm looking for, but let's just read this one. According to the platform's website, it was launched to challenge the biased mainstream media coverage of violence in Nigeria that ignores what they described as Christian genocide. But the Jude Saul, the platform's founder, has appeared on talks hosted by Lara Logan and so on and so forth. But the hashtag Biafra exit was inexplicable component. I'll take that slowly. But the hashtag Biafra exit now was an inexplicable component within the online discourse. The cable found, this is where we're going. The cable found that the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group in Nigeria that aims to restore the defunct Republic of Biafra, was among organizations featured in the ex-post that mentioned claims of a Christian genocide. Analysis of data sets obtained from CFA also showed that keywords supportive of Biafra and Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB leader, appeared most frequently in author bios. In other words, all the guys shouting Christian genocide in Nigeria, most of their bios, what you notice is that either supporting Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, or IPOB. And this is what a lot of people believe. There's another organization I'm looking for. Once I find out, I'll let you know. Multiple tweets from J. Coke Chukwu, for example, claimed an ongoing Christian genocide in Nigeria. The same account, which has about 141,000 followers, has repeatedly made posts in favor of IPOB. Give me a second. There's an organization that is quite popular. Fine, I found it. It says here, Mark Harry, there's a guy called Mark Harry, I don't want to read so much about him, supposed to be a senior geopolitics analyst at SBM Intelligence. So let me just read from there. Confidence Mark Harry, a senior geopolitics analyst at SBM Intelligence, linked the separatist group's involvement in amplifying the claim to underlying ideological sentiments. The story about Christian genocide in Nigeria is not something that was pushed by any other organization. IPOB started it as far back as 2016, Mark Harry said. We heard about the Christian genocide, Abi, and we heard that Nigeria was declared as country of particular concern. That happened in 2025, but they've been pushing that narrative since 2016. Not necessarily about what's going on in the Middle Belt. And I've said this several times, you've been here. I acknowledge all the challenges going on, and the death, and the killings, and the horrible things going on in the Middle Belt. This is not about them. This is about a group that will hijack your pain and your trauma in order to further their own goals. So they've been talking about this Christian genocide thing for a bit, since 2016. In 2016, violent clashes between the separatists and state security service. I'll take that. I'm rushing. In 2016, violent clashes between the separatists and state security forces in Anambra left an unconfirmed number. It's common to see handles that showed Nigerian army violence against IPOB supporters and their members in the southeast, Mark Harry noted. 1 second. There's something else that is there. It's about an organization. It's quite popular. So Harry says you need to understand that their sympathy to the Trump administration, especially in 2017, was that he got into office with a huge backing of the evangelicals. The framing of what they, IPOB, are going through in the hands of the Nigerian government, who they have accused of having an Islamic motivation, trying to suppress Christian ideology and all of that, the Trump administration would be a lot more responsive in their sanctions or their proposed sanction. But Mark Harry noted that an overwhelming drive of the resurrection of the Christian genocide narrative is owed to the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, whose members have testified to intentional killing of Christians in the U.S. Congress. I found the organization. So what he's saying basically is that there are folks from the northern part of Nigeria, like we've mentioned, who also went to Congress to talk about what was happening, but long before they even go to the U.S. to tell American Congress about what's happening, with Christians being killed in the Middle Belt. Biafran guys have been talking about it since 2016. Regarding IPOB's entanglement, quote, much of what they are doing is more in line with their own plight, not necessarily the plight of Christians generally. It's more of, if the Trump administration focuses on Christian plight in Nigeria, there is a chance that a little bit of that spotlight will be on the southeast, end quote, he added. It also doesn't help that Inter-Society, this is the organization I was looking for, they are very big in the southeast. Inter-Society, an NGO that is very interested in documenting quote-unquote killings of Christians in the southeast, is at the forefront of this cause. Earlier this year, the International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law Inter-Society, a pro-Christian civil rights group with a penchant for promoting sectional interests, Read Biafra, claimed at least 7,087 Christians have been killed in 2025. The claim, which said the killed Christians surpassed the death of Palestinian Christians in Gaza this year alone, was circulated widely by foreign media. And then the founder of the society is Emeka Umeagbalasi. And he repeatedly voices support for Biafra and Kanu. In 2023, Inter-Society condemned the criminalization of IPOB's Monday sit-at-home order in the southeast. Let me give you like a summary of all this, Turenchi. The point is that while you are speaking English and praying in church, folks from the southeast have been pushing narratives across the world since 2016, talking about Christian genocide. They did it for 9 years before Nigeria was designated country of particular interest by Trump. Okay. They also did this thing where if you said anything against IPOB or against Nnamdi Kanu, then you are against the movement. Even though that movement could be, they could have different facades for it, e.g., like the Inter-Society that this article mentioned. They spent about $1 million lobbying different groups in the United States to push narrative that Nigeria is actually, persecuting Christians. And what they want is not for the United States government to support Nigeria to take care of the terrorists. It's for the United States government to invade Nigeria. And that's why the American veteran of Igbo descent actually said, this is what they said, I quote, that they were Americans that served in the American armed forces and that they were ready to come to Nigeria to fight because, according to them, this is what they said, they know the terrain. These are the people that Rufai is telling you, why should Nigeria be talking about them? We should just focus on taking care of the people. As though if you're taking care of people, you cannot use your head to take care of people and also to make sure you're telling people what you're doing. If I find you that video later, I'll play it for you. But all of this to tell you this. Nigeria has to take care of, folks, especially in the Middle Belt, who are, being persecuted and being killed. There is no reason that justifies whatever is happening. But Nigeria also needs to get the world to see and to know what Nigeria is doing. So the government actually owes us that much. You see, when you travel the world and you're treated a certain way, it's because of your reputation and your brand. There's a way you are perceived. That perception, not just based on what you are doing at home, is how people see you. Now, if you are doing the best things at home, but you have clowns or terrible human beings who go out and demarket the country, even the politicians amongst them, what makes them happy is to tell you how Nigeria is not working. They'll be shouting China went to China. They're going to Indonesia and Malaysia. They're always going to Asia. I don't know what they're looking for there, but the point is they're always telling you how Nigeria is bad. No matter what your country is doing, that's what people think about you when they hear the word Nigeria. And so the government, primarily has a duty to make sure that what people hear about Nigeria is positive, or there are positive things that are being discussed about Nigeria, so that when you travel out or you travel anywhere or you just go around the world, you are perceived as a sensible human being, not as a drug mule. By the way, the folks who are always saying that is a drug, they're actually the ones who have been pushing drugs all across the world. And let me say something. I saw a video, not part of the topic, but I digress just a little bit. I saw a video where someone was saying that, everywhere they go in the world, the green passport will make people disrespect you. And I was like, the passport did not make itself like that. People were using that passport as they were carrying drugs all over the world. You would never mention them or try to say what they should do, what Nigerians should do to make things better. You just be shouting, what the Nigerian government has done? What has Nigerian government done? They are always stripping us naked at the airport. It's because your people are carrying drugs. It's because you have a terrible reputation across the world. So if the government wants to wash it by engaging the services of lobbying groups, if you really have sense, you should be supporting the government. To go against the government doing this, to be sincere, actually shows that people are not thinking straight. Why would you go against that? Number, this country will be better. And those who don't want it to be better, they should go and org transformer. Because these emergency lovers of Nigeria, we don't want their type. We're going to come back to some of the things that those Biafran, IPOB, Avid, Igbo, because Avid is for Igbo descent, people, American veterans of Igbo descent, what they have done. I'm going to read it to you later. But for now, And please don't, if you're coming up or you're typing, I already see it on YouTube. Someone is already, throwing tantrums. Just, the person just, there's tears everywhere. I mean, if you're on YouTube, please be careful. Watch the floor. It's slippery. Now tears fill the floor now. We're going to get the cleaner to clean it up. This one is just angry with his parents. Emmanuel Bucci. Hey, yeah, sorry, eh? Ndo, you go cry when? Where were we? Let's go to other news. Let's discuss something. We're coming back to this, so I promise I'm going to play videos from the Southeast, from folks from the Southeast on what they've done so far. If you know what people have done about your country, you'll be supporting what the president is doing right now. You know what? Let me play you something from a man called Dr. Ijoma Arojobu, the National Vice Chairman of APC in the Southeast, and what he said about what Igbos are applying to the board. You know what? You have to give you context. Let's do it well. And now to give you context, I'll first play you something from Dr. Nwodo and what he said about Southeast support for Peter Obi and what they will do about Tinubu. Once we're done, we'll now listen to the APC man. So take a listen to Chief Nwodo. This is the same man, by the way, that said Igbos created Lagos. He used the word created. Igbos created Lagos, Igbos created Port Harcourt, created Sokoto, essentially created the heavens and the earth. But he has an opinion as far as politics is concerned. His name is Okwesilieze Nwodo, the former governor of Enugu State. It's amazing. It's amazing. You could be the most educated person from the Southeast. It's about the same. I mean, there are exceptions, Sha. Commercial. Let's listen to the man. This is what he has to say about what's happening in the Southeast. Take a listen, please.
Thank you, Dr. Bati. I want to say that every politician has a reason for his action. I will not attempt to hold brief for any of our politicians in the Southeast who wishes to support the president for a re-election. We in the African Democratic Congress, we want to engage the current president of Nigeria and his party on issues, on their policies, on the efficacy of their execution of their policies and promises to the Nigerian people, and put this side by side with the candidates that we are supporting, former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, and the solutions he's putting on the table for Nigerians to make a choice. As you can see, the declaration of important politicians in the Southeast for the APC is not restricted to the Southeast. It's all over Nigeria. And many of us in this country are wondering what is the attraction for our governors in particular who are leaving their parties for the APC. We don't see the justification in the organization of the party APC. We don't see it in the performance of the central government, which is run by the APC. And people are wondering why we should be drifting to a one-party state, not based on ideology, not based on the performance of that party, but many cases, unexplained reasons, the reasons that have not convinced the Nigerian people or even people in their various states why their governors have moved. But as I said, it is the inalienable right of the governors to move, whether what they tell us are the reasons for their moving or there are other compelling reasons why they moved. Until they say so, we cannot begin to take them up on those. But I can tell you something. In the Southeast, our people have learned to follow their conscience when it comes to voting in a general election. You will recall that in the immediate past election in 2023, Peter Obi single-handedly blazing the trail like John the Baptist crying in the wilderness, was able to convince the Nigerian people that he had something that can change the status quo that we were enjoying under the presidency of Buhari at the time. And many Nigerians believe that at the end of the day, he convinced more Nigerians and scored more votes in that election, but he was not declared the winner. And we have, after the court processes, accepted the results as declared. But what I want to emphasize is that in the Southeast, we had sitting governors who could not deliver their states and who even contested the election to go to the Senate. And they could not win those elections because of the tsunami of the obedient movement in the Southeast at that time. Today, that tsunami is more likely to sweep more viciously for the simple fact that our people and people all over Nigeria are living in poverty.
Okay.
Poverty that is increasing in exponential proportion. They are living in hunger.
Okay, Your Excellency.
They are suffering massive unemployment.
Some of you are something else. Minister of Violence, right? John the Baptist called Judas Iscariot nonsense and conquerability. This person is not Tomagikere. You know what conquerability is. We're done. Say there's a tsunami. Peter Obi's tsunami in 2027 will likely sweep the highest votes in the Southeast. The last time he swept the highest votes, what happened? He still lost now. Shakin Shebiora. The idea that the Southeast will not even vote for Tinubu, but sincerely, I mean, as a politician, he should make sure they vote for him, you know. So he will say, vote for me, vote for me. But the truth of the matter is that Southeast votes mean nothing in the emergence of Nigerian president, and that has been the case since 2015. 2015, 2019, 2023. So you can't threaten anybody with the votes from the Southeast. So you say there's a tsunami coming. So when the tsunami comes, what then? Anyway, he supports Peter Obi, clearly. But the APC guys are not having any of this. So they decide to also respond. And this time, there's the man I mentioned earlier. 1 second. Yeah. This is Dr. Ijoma Arodiogbo. He's the National Vice Chairman of APC in the Southeast. This is his response to Dr. Onwodo. Take a listen, please.
It will please me, with all due respect, to bring our elder, Wood, former governor, up to speed. The first thing is that he should understand the basis of what happened on the 10th of this month, on Saturday. Our party, our people, Ndi Igbo, have this culture that during the end of the year, and it falls during the period of Christmas break, the Igbos hold family meetings. Various families interrogate the affairs of members of the family. They interrogate the future and past of the family, okay? And they hold meeting and decide on the best way, the best course to chart for the family. And in this case, Ndi Igbo have met all through the Christmas period. There was a lot of consultation
we consulted with the trade unions, we consulted with the traditional rulers. And the Igbo people, after all those consultations, decided to make the opinion clear and known to the world. The decision of Ndi Igbo to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his second tenure. That was simply what happened. And bringing Okwesileze Nwodo.
All right. I mean, they'll all be all right. It will be nice if there are people who vote for President Tinubu from the Southeast. I'm sure it would be nice. I mean, politicians wouldn't mind. But I also think that, number one, you shouldn't bank on it. Clearly, nobody really cares in that part of the country. But this man is saying 75% the Southeast. I would hold my breath if I were the president. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But the truth of the matter is that regardless of what happens, I think Nigeria will be fine. Okay? Nigeria will be fine. All right, I mentioned something earlier. All right, I'm going to read you some interesting articles so you know where we are. I need you to know where we are. Okay, let's start with this one. Let's start with a letter that was published on November 2nd, 2025, as soon as Nigeria was declared country of particular concern. The American veterans of Igbo descent, they wrote a letter to the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. The American veterans of Igbo descent, AVID, sincerely and warmly welcome the recent designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, by your administration. We want to express our deep gratitude for this action, which offers renewed courage to Christians in Nigeria to continue practicing their religion. The whistleblower behind this genocidal act is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who prophesied the killings of Christians by the terrorist groups sponsored by the government years ago. Mr. Kanu is still detained illegally in solitary confinement over 4 years without charges. We are ready and willing to assist in any efforts aimed at the liberation and protection of Christians in Nigeria. God bless President Trump and God bless the United States of America. Signed, Chief Dr. Sylvester Onya, AVID President, Dr. Godson Obiagu, AVID Secretary. That's just the tip of the iceberg. You listen to more. We'll listen to. So, you know, when people say things like Nigeria wants to get PR companies in the US to talk about what Nigerian government is doing, if you have sense, you should not be against it. I read another report. This is from Daily Post. Nnamdi Kanu, UK enabling persecution of its citizens by Nigerian government, AVID claims. So here they're focusing on Nnamdi Kanu. I don't want to go into this. I want to play a video. 2 videos. This first one is American Igbo veterans condemn injustice in Nigeria, and they urge Tinubu to do whatever it is they thought was right. Take a listen to this. Hold on for the ad, please. American Igbo veterans condemn injustice in Nigeria, urge Tinubu to free Nnamdi Kanu and restore. Now wait till they finish. Now wait and stop with that. Take a listen to a little bit of this and I'll play you what they said after Nigeria was designated country of particular concern last November. Take a listen, please.
The American veterans of Igbo descent held a significant press conference in 2025 in collaboration with the Rising Suns and the Ambassador for Self-Defense, addressing critical issues affecting the Igbo community, both in Nigeria and the diaspora. The event was marked by impassioned speeches and strategic calls to action, particularly concerning the continued detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB.
To the American folks, that Nnamdi Kanu needs to be released now. A lot of people have talked about him being unjustly incarcerated for nothing. He is not the problem of Nigeria. If anything, he's the solution to solve Nigerian problems. We're asking President Tinubu, just like we asked President Buhari, that got him in the first place, release him. They have not done anything to anybody. On this note, we are reminding the world about what happened in January 2017, when inauguration of Donald Trump was celebrated in Port Harcourt, and the Nigerian government shut down and killed over 27 young youths of Igbo descent, IPOB young stars, for doing nothing but cheering up the president of their choice. This happened and nobody have been brought to account for that. We are asking that the government of the United States under Donald Trump, president, to look into that massacre, because it was democracy that was being celebrated. And those youths were happy, rejoicing that such a good thing happened, and the military went and killed them all like chickens. We continue.
All right. But later. I'm just going to read some things here. They were going to listen to the video I mentioned earlier. Why am I doing all of this? Because we have people like Rufai who will tell the government to stop PR stuff. Does the government listen to people like him? Of course not. But people listen to people like him? Yes, they do. And they think he's actually making sense. By the way, on this matter, go, he did not make sense. I'm going to read to you what these avid people were doing in the US. This one, I think you like. By the way, I've noticed that all their handles on X have been deactivated. So I couldn't find the normal handles that where they put all those things. I couldn't find them. But the things they wrote, Yoruba peti onire Yoruba fingbamo. Into the fina kò ní parun. So wọ́n ti fingba tó pọ̀ bàjẹ́. Akoma ka igba ton ti fini. Someone says Kanu did nothing. This is Olu Legacy on YouTube. He says Kanu did nothing. Even none of this civilized country can allow half of what he did, and that's why none of them is putting pressure on the Nigerian government. Yes, and Kanu prophesied what's happening in Nigeria. He has now become a prophet. It's quite interesting, isn't it? All right, let me read this to you. Igbo, this from these are our reporters. Igbo American veterans calls for establishment of U.S. military base in Nigeria. The American Veterans of Igbo Descent, AVID, a U.S.-based veterans organization, has written to the U.S. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, calling for the establishment of a United States military base in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. In the letter dated November 6 and signed by AVID President Dr. Sylvester Unya and Secretary Dr. Gossin Obiagu, the group thanked Secretary Hegseth for his unwavering support in tackling Christian genocide in Nigeria and urged concrete action to deter further violence. AVID is made up of American citizens of Igbo descent who have served or are currently serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. The group said its members were... I'll take that slowly. This is what I was saying earlier when I was talking, but it's important to read this was. The group said its members have deep cultural and geographical knowledge of the affected areas in southeastern Nigeria. Why was Nigeria designated CPC? Because of the southeast? No, because of what was happening in the Middle Belt. But see what they did, because they're the ones actually been paying for this thing for a while. The group said its members have deep cultural and geographical knowledge of the affected areas in southeastern Nigeria, which they believe uniquely positions them to support U.S. engagement in the region. We know the topography, this is what they said, quote, we know the topography of the areas affected, their mindset, culture, and comprehend fully the magnitude of this problem, the letter stated. A permanent solution is the only way to resolve this Christian genocide. Establishing a U.S. military base in Nigeria will be the genesis of resolving this issue, as it will serve as a deterrent to these perpetrators. AVID also accused the Nigerian government of spreading lies and propaganda about the ongoing violence, adding that its members, were ready and standing by to render any form of assistance. End of quote. These are people... Did I say Sarah reporters? I meant legal observer. You saw it now. They've deactivated all their Twitter stuff, by the way. It's quite interesting. Deactivated all those things. But one thing they did not deactivate was that they couldn't... the videos that people already saved those videos, so they couldn't deactivate those ones. I'll play you one of those videos, and then we'll listen to this.
Thank you, President Trump. 2, 3. Thank you, President Trump. Yeah, that did it. Putin, I love you. Control C. Yes. Make it happen. The best president in the whole wide world. Yes. God bless you, Trump. God bless you, Trump. Good. More to come. More to come. Yes. 2, 3. Thank you, President Trump.
All right. Just going to stop for now. The point is that a lot of people have invested their life, their time, their money into marketing Nigeria and in pushing certain narratives about Igbo people and about the country. Even when what they are... So when you notice now, when we're talking about CPC, even though it was about the Christian genocide, it had nothing to do with the Southeast, but the Southeast, these Igbos made it about the Southeast because they paid for all of this. And we read the report earlier, from Premium Times, how for a while they spent over $1 million pushing this narrative, working with certain lobbying groups in the US. All of that to say this: what Nigeria is about to do is correct, but that doesn't stop them from taking care of the people and the situation in Nigeria, and they have to do that, or else this would be a waste. And lastly, the whole idea about when Biafra was happening, when Biafra happened, Nigeria was like a bicycle about PR. We just were like, it doesn't really matter, just a police action. People like Gowon didn't think it was really serious. It was around late 67, early 68 that they began to put. This book is called Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Okay, let's get into this. While Federal Nigeria was winning the war on the battlefield, it was heavily losing the battle for the hearts and minds of the international community, especially in Europe and America. The Biafran regime had organized a powerful propaganda machine and penetrated the international system, thanks largely to Western public relations agencies and the diplomatic activity of prominent Igbo civilians. They propagated the dubious imagery of a persecuted people, of a war between Christianity and Islam, of deliberate starvation and genocide, and invoked the principle of self-determination. Nothing has changed. This was in the 60s. Last 60 years, nothing has changed. History is good. Let's continue. The response was amazing, bringing in huge moral and material support, but few diplomatic recognition. Gabon, Ivory Coast, now Cote d'Ivoire, Tanzania, Zambia, and the tiny Caribbean island of Haiti. Nigeria was forced to purchase weapons from the Soviet Union after its so-called Western friends initially deterred or refused to oblige. In war, as in politics, the justice of one's cause is neither a sufficient nor necessary qualification for sympathy or support. Belatedly, the federal government decided to launch an international public relations effort to counter the rebel propaganda offensive. One of the strategies was also to deploy a number of former politicians and other prominent federal Nigerians to use whatever contacts and influence they had abroad to explain and solicit support for the federal cause. Accordingly, a number of us were invited to Lagos in May 1968. The Federal Commissioner for Information and Labor, Chief Anthony Nauro, then briefed us and requested that we work discreetly through our private individual contacts in the various countries assigned to each of us. Nigeria's commitment to national unity and its territorial integrity were to be stressed. Equally, we were to assure our audiences of Nigeria's commitment to post-war reconciliation and of its resolve to establish a climate of freedom, liberty, and equality in a new Nigeria. We subsequently left for various places in Africa, Europe, and the United States. Now, let me jump some pages to tell you what happened in Geneva very quickly. I managed... I think I should read the paragraph before that. I was assigned to 3 European countries, France, Italy, and Switzerland. It was an interesting and worthwhile assignment, but a rather delicate one, as I had no official status. If I had any claim at all, it was as a former government minister in the political wilderness. I started my tour with Paris in early May 1968. Some very influential Parisian friends made the necessary contact with selected personalities and groups throughout France. These range from senior company executives, bankers, politicians, and journalists to businessmen with actual or potential interest in federal Nigeria or in the secessionist enclave. Our discussions were frank, insightful, and I suppose mutually rewarding. In the process, I gathered some useful information about the activities of Biafran agents in Europe. They were particularly active in Paris at the time, with a quasi-diplomatic outpost called Biafran Cultural Center, just like Ẹkáàbọ in the UK today. After some 10 days in Paris, I had to leave earlier than scheduled because of a paralyzing wave of strikes in the city, the Paris 1968 hot summer. I managed to catch a plane to Geneva, where I also found that the Biafran faithful and their sponsors were very much around and active. It was from here that Biafra's extremely inventive external propaganda was diffused. I was greatly assisted by some friends who knew the Biafran activists as well as their movement very well. The information they supplied me was immediately sent home through the Nigerian UN mission in Geneva. Please pay attention. No? My discussions with various individual groups, including the media, were really gratifying. I was particularly struck by a conversation I had with a Greek professor attached to an international agency in Geneva. He told me his opinion of why West Europeans were supporting the rebellion against Nigeria. It was, he said, common among Westerners to sympathize with the underdog in any dispute, which in this case happened to be the Eastern Igbo. But what was even more important to the West was that Nigeria was a potential rival power in Africa, a force which had to be checked before it becomes a threat to Western European interest on the continent. The Biafran challenge accordingly provided a suitable opportunity to trim Nigeria's growing wings, in quote. He said that, according to certain estimates, Nigeria was sitting on a keg of oil, which, given a stable condition, would make it so rich in just 10 years, and so on and so forth. Let me just stop here for now. Okay, no, let me jump to another part. From Switzerland, I proceeded to Italy. Support for the... But wait, let me just explain some of the things I've been reading. He's saying here that the folks he met in Geneva, one of them, a Greek professor, told him that Europeans naturally would support the underdogs, right? And they were the ones who were winning the propaganda war. By the way, I'm going to give it to the Igbos, and this time with Azikwe, by the way, nobody comes close when it comes to propaganda in this country. They are good. Very good. A few days ago, I asked a question on Twitter. I have not gotten the answer. I said, how were these guys able to do in such that, regardless of your education as an able person, everybody believes just about the same thing? You could be a PhD holder, or you could just be a roadside, selling okpa, whatever. You think the same way. It's the power of propaganda. They were so good, and they are good. But here's the point. Here's the problem. That thing can destroy a person. It will get you what you want in the immediate, until it stops working, but the long-term effect, you don't know how heavy it is, because you give it to children who there's something called epigenesis. People have said it's science, some people say it's pseudoscience, so we're not really sure if everything they say there works. But there's this thing about trauma passing to people's DNAs. I think lies can also pass into people's DNAs. You just believe it, no matter what. You believe it as though it's the very air you breathe. So they're very good at it. So they were pushing all these things in Europe. Everybody was supporting Biafra, even though they didn't get the full story. But Nigeria did not talk. Nigeria did not speak until 1968 May. That's almost 1 year. The war started July 67. The Igbos had 1 year head start, pushing all kinds of narrative. And if you notice, one of the things they said, that it was about Christian versus Muslims. If you read the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, Ojoku's Rebellion and World Opinion, he said that one of the major things that Ojukwu was pushing was that the war was about was Christian versus Muslim, and that originally he had said that Gowon would not fight him because Gowon was Christian. But later on, he became Christian versus Muslim, even though the head of Nigerian government was a Christian. But they said Nigeria was a Muslim country, Islamic country, trying to defeat Biafra, a Christian country. That narrative they shared in 1967, 68, they are still talking about it today. That they spread, as I meant to say. The narrative they spread in the 60s, they are still talking about it today. Any small thing is because I'm a Christian. Your Christianity have no show. You cannot forgive your neighbor. You are not behaving Christ-like. You just be shouting they are fighting because you are Christian. Where is the Christianity they are even fighting about? But they did well with the propaganda. Someone says, this is Abiodun Yodele on TikTok, says, they simply did not wind down their wartime propaganda machine. They did not. I mean, one of the major propagandists was Chinua Achebe. His very last book still carried propaganda. There's no way a young Igbo person will read that book and will like Nigeria. And it's not the boys' fault or the girls' fault. It's just the fact that they believe that this is one of their best. And point where they couldn't say it was a lie. They couldn't retract those things. It has become like myth, right? And that's why somebody came the other day and said they told them that Nnamdi put a mami water inside a bottle. I mean, this is. I mean, it's like saying that Nigeria and India played football match and Nigeria scored India scored 100-0, but only one. I mean, I've heard that story. I'm sure. I mean, most of us must have heard it. Like Nigeria and India, or India and one country played, and they scored 99 at 100, and that other country now scored 1 goal. That kind of fabu. Now put it on an entire people. That's why when you read the trial of Biafra's leaders by Nelson Ota, he talked about the fact that the entire place was under mass hypnosis based on the propaganda machinery in Enugu, to the point where even if people were hearing gunshots or the sound of explosions and everything, in their minds they don't think they could not believe there was the enemy trying to get them. In their minds, it's just Biafran scientists, carrying out experiments, even though Nigeria was about to kill them. It got to a point soldiers had to shell, what's it called? Radio Biafra, so that the people in there could camper and get out of that place, because they were lying that they're taking Enugu and Nsukka. Meanwhile, the soldiers were talking about were literally behind the building. Nigerian soldiers coming to take the city they were in, and they were still lying. So lies and propaganda have become, it's like how Yoruba people talk about the descent of Oduduwa as part of our myth of origin.
Yes.
Exactly. Someone says, and the ball turned, yes. When India was playing Nigeria, it now kicked one ball and the ball turned to lion or it turned to fire. Look like Shaolin soccer. When I mean, we have seen Shaolin soccer. When I saw Shaolin soccer, sincerely, I was just remembering all those Indian fabu. Like, the fire ball would just come in like fire. The keeper would just run away. Some people believe it. You must say. From Switzerland, this is Shio Shagari. Beckon to serve. From Switzerland, I proceeded to Italy. This one is actually quite interesting. Support for the Igbo cause had been especially strong among Roman Catholics, who erroneously believed that the Igbo were predominantly Catholics as well. In fact, the 1963 census reported only 13% of the eastern population as Catholics, although Catholicism was strongest here than elsewhere in Nigeria. Pope Paul VI himself had cast diplomatic propriety aside to endorse publicly the Biafran rebellion and was the first world leader to dispatch an official delegation to the rebel enclave. By far the most pro-Biafran relief organizations were the Vatican's relief outfit, Caritas Internationalis, and related relief agencies. My reception at the Vatican was polite and correct, but elsewhere in Rome and especially in Milan, I had fruitful discussions with businessmen, some of whom had considerable interest in Nigeria. It's still long. I'd love to read you what they discussed about Enugu and so on and so forth. But the crux of it, by the way, the reason Roman Catholic Church supported Biafra was that Ojukwu had promised the Roman Catholic Church that when they got their country, it was going to be a Catholic country. And that's why Caritas really did well for them. The things Caritas did for them, may God forgive Caritas and everybody, and Ojukwu particularly. The kind of things those guys smuggled into Biafra. Why? Because they felt, they were Christians, they were Catholics, it was going to be a Catholic nation, so let's support them while in their troubles and all of those things. It's a shame. By the way, do they have a right to put out the propaganda, freedom of expression? But when Nigeria wants to do it, as a Nigerian, you must support the government. Not that you should, you must support the government and say, listen, let's make sure people actually have the right perception of our country. That's what makes you a patriot. Not all this emergency lover that just looks for a problem with Nigeria. I'll spend a lot of time talking about this. Let's move on. I'll just read some things here. Someone says, Thunder Balogun shot that pierced the belly of a goalkeeper. God bless you, Dr. Batru. I was trying to remember that name, Thunder Balogun. Their life was for when we were kids. Maybe let's just call it myth. But Elisha, but they told us that Thunder Balogun was this and that and all of those things. But anyway, we don't grow now. Ademola Omoba says, Busui, I like the way you are coming out to debunk these people. I mean, to be honest, it's really about just getting all of us to understand what really happened, so that Again, you should show compassion. Like I always say, this is not to say, oh, they are lying, everything is a lie. They are truth, but you see, so this is how propaganda works. Propaganda cannot work without an element of truth, because that gives you believability. In other words, people get to believe, it becomes credible. There has to be some truth to it. It's just that it's like having,
You have okra or egusi, whatever soup, and that soup is the truth.
or egusi or whatever soup, and that soup is the truth. But then you have morsels of eba. The eba you're holding is the lie. So this is how propaganda works. They'll take that eba, they'll dip it in the soup. You will see the beautiful soup and the leafy vegetable and everything, and you see the meat. You just take it. So the taste, you don't really taste eba like that if the soup is plenty. So you'll be enjoying the taste of the truth, but what you are actually swallowing, na lie. Propaganda just makes things black and white, and then they pack it with irotokpo. And the sad part, and I should say this, and I'll play this video. The sad part is that children whose parents were not born during the war believe the propaganda of the war today. And that's why the video we saw the other day, it's heartbreaking. Maybe we're going to listen to it again. It's heartbreaking. Where the girl said her children, this girl is in her 20s, and she said her children would never be president in Nigeria. From her mouth to God's ears. But she said that because she has come to believe that she is actually not a citizen of Nigeria. And the people who taught her to do that actually took advantage of Nigeria. When it was time for scholarships, they took it. When it was time to get government positions, they took it. Government appointments, they took it. They enjoyed Nigeria, then taught the people that Nigeria hated them. The people then believe it, and so it goes on. The people teach their children, and those ones teach their children, and you have a generation of people who just wake up in the morning and just curse the country. And or Nigeria, especially when it concerns the common good, or ọlọ́mọdé burúkú, ó bẹ́yìn wò kó mọ̀ pé kí n ṣòjọ́ ni olúwere máa pààyàn, ló máa pa ni. Ọmọdé tó burúkú tó bójú ẹ̀yìn, so ọyọ́ tí kìíní máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí, kò ní mọ̀ pé wọ́n lè sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kó bá kún gbé lẹ́yìn. Anyway, I couldn't say that in English language, by the way. MDA 8613 on YouTube. Thank you very much for what you wrote there. He said, please kindly like and subscribe. Thank you. Please like and subscribe. Please like on YouTube and TikTok and Facebook as well. I'm trying to read comments at the same time so we don't, Akadol says propagandas are the crutches by which they support themselves historically and culturally. They have reached a point they can't do otherwise, and it's sad. You don't know how I feel about this. It's sad. It's sad because I've seen kids very young, but they believe it. One sent me a message I can't forget. He said, it's actually more than one. Come to think of it, one said, we are listening to this. Can you give me more material? So I sent the materials to him. They talk about the fact that I went to talk to his uncle, and his uncle couldn't believe it. His uncle, not himself. And so the uncle demanded more resources, so I had to send some things. And they once sent a message and said, the things you are saying, you are making look as if our parents lied. Are you saying that we should stop believing everything they've told us and now begin to believe what you are saying? It's not about what I'm saying. And you can't be so far. You can't go so far from the truth and you say, I'm not going to turn back. Say, this is what we've come to believe. Are you saying this is literally what he said? So are you saying we should stop believing what our elders told us and we should start believing what you're saying? I'm not saying anything. I'm just showing you what happened. And that's why I'm always using, by the way, that's the reason I'm always quoting books, because I don't want it to look as if you just woke up one day and said, let me tell you what happened in the war. These are the things they did not tell you. And in some cases, your parents themselves, they're not bad people. They were just told something. It was just propaganda. They just heard it. You hear them, they want to die on that hill today as if they were there. They were not there. Oh, my grandfather was alive. He was alive, but he didn't know what happened. And a very good example is what happened in the United States a few years ago when George W. Bush was president. When America invaded Iraq, what did they say? They said there was a weapon of mass destruction in Iraq. Isn't that what they said? WMD. And so they got the public to support the invasion, only for people to discover later that there was no weapon of anything there. They were just after, maybe it was, Saddam Hussein, oil, and so on and so forth. But there was nothing there. Now imagine talking to an American today, and he's trying to justify the invasion of Iraq on the basis of the existence of weapon of mass destruction. And when you say, but history teaches that it doesn't exist, or those things were not there, the president says, are you saying I should not believe George W. Bush? That's what the Southeasterners are doing.
I'm not trying to.
Sincerely, if you see I wish people could see my art. I'm not trying to tell you guys that you don't have sense, all those fight. It's just that
You are too invested in the.
you are too.
Right?
You are too invested in the lies, right? To appreciate the truth. And when you hear the truth, you consider it to be hate, because love for you is anybody that reinforces the lies. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting, but it's painful, to be honest. And I think about this when I'm studying sometimes, because when you read sometimes, you put yourself in the shoes of people and like, God, I'm thankful I'm Yoruba. I'm thankful. Because even when we mess up, we'll look in the mirror and say, oh boy, Yoruba have a saying. In other words, if two brothers or two siblings exit a room and then you see them laughing at each other, that's because they've not told themselves the truth. So it's expected that sometimes you see siblings come out and frowning is because they've had serious conversation indoors. So what that means basically is this. What is so thorough for around one? They've told themselves, Oga, you are messing up here. And I'm not saying we have a perfect culture, to be clear, but I'm saying that there's nothing that holds me back as a Yoruba person, and it's a blessing. And I wish other people in Nigeria would have that as well. We are not held back by lies. You know the saddest part of all of this? The people who lied are dead. The people who lied, they are dead. I can bring you their books. I'll be reading to you what they said, then I'll bring other books from other places debunking what they said. You will feel like a fool for believing the ones who lied. Chinua Achebe was literally a roving ambassador for Biafra. Chinua Achebe was a propagandist for Biafra. He was a Biafra propagandist. He was traveling all over the place talking about how great Biafra was. Even Azikiwe was an ambassador for Biafra. The reason Igbo people hate Azikiwe today was because sometime between 68 and 69 was able to escape whatever they were doing, and then he turned against Biafra, so everybody started hating him. But originally, he was traveling the world, at least Africa. Excuse me. Well, may God heal everybody in Nigeria. May God heal people, but you cannot heal if you're not going to look in the mirror. And I hope, to be honest, please let me know in the comment section. It doesn't have to be now. Maybe feedback. You can send me messages. I hope that we are succeeding in keeping it respectful, because that's the best I can do. There are things I'm not going to say, to be honest. By the way, there are many things I cannot say in public, but they are in books. I just don't think we are there yet. But whatever we can say, I hope we are saying with respect. But if you have a problem with what I'm saying right now, sincerely, it's not because of me. It's you. It's not a me problem. It's you. Lastly, we're going to listen to this is the guy I was looking for, Kanunta Kanu. Look for that guy. That's one of the major guys supporting this whole avid pushing narratives all across the world. It's quite interesting. For instance, he put out a message today saying, let me read you what he said. Do you know that Justice James Omotosho was the prosecutor and judge in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case versus Federal Republic of Nigeria? Of course we know. Error of law in resolving an unopposed jurisdictional objection. They'll be speaking big English. Do you know the law? Show me the law. You will stay in prison. You go do jail. You'll be speaking English. Show me the law. Isha wrote there how the judge was wrong in prosecuting Kanu. But that's not today's topic. Let me just listen to something he posted earlier. A delegation led by Lady Blessing Ijoma from the United States, they shared their experience and observation after visiting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at the Sokoto Maximum Prison, the epicenter of terrorism. I don't want to say why I'm laughing. You know, when they invited, God is good. God is God. God is God. These guys were happy for America to invade Nigeria, Abi? Then there was a case. Sokoto was not the place that they decided to send Nnamdi Kanu. And when American forces and Nigerian forces were going to strike, of all the places on earth, it was that same Sokoto. That's why it's going to the epicenter. Anyway, let's listen to the person, Lady Blessing, he called her. Take a listen, please.
Good afternoon.
What's your name, please?
My name is Blessing Ijoma.
Why are you here in Sokoto?
I am here to visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, prisoner of conscience at Sokoto prisons.
So did you see him?
I did see him. The first day when I arrived, barely 20 minutes after they allowed me in, we were asked to leave. Fortunately, there were two other Americans there visiting him. I mean, Americans of Igbo descent. One of them is Evans Nwankwo, the chairman of Ambassadors for Self-Determination. Another person, Dr. Sylvester Onya, or the president for Americans, veterans of Igbo descent. So they were there. They got there about an hour before me, and they had fun with Onyendu. I was very pleased to hug Onyendu for real life. Onyendu is alive and well in high spirits. Although the environment is not very conducive, but he's telling us to be patient, that it will be okay. He is a prisoner, but he's telling us to be patient. So that's to show you that he's not only interested in himself, but in all of us.
All right, I just put that to make Igbos here won't be angry with the things we've said so far. At least your Messiah is feeling good in prison. All right, let's get back to other things before we go to today's topic. Good news. The federal government of Nigeria, actually earlier today, they had this, should I call it a pact with ASU, where they'll be increasing their salary. The academics will be receiving 40% increase in their salaries and allowances. And this is after about a 16-year impasse. So this is quite nice. I'd like to take a listen to the Minister of Education, and then Dr. Tunji Alausa, and we'll come back to it a bit more from TVC. Well, this is from TVC News. Take a listen, please.
A document, unveiling a document. It symbolizes renewed trust, restored confidence, and a decisive turning point in the history of Nigeria tertiary education system. Today's agreement is a clear and deliberate with unprecedented demonstration and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's benevolence, courage, and conviction are unmistakably evident throughout this process. He understands deeply that education is the bedrock of any modern, productive, and prosperous society. That is why, for the first time in the history of this country, a sitting president took full control, full ownership of this long-standing challenge that confronted the educational system and accorded its leadership attention to getting us to where we are today. For decades, unresolved remunerations concerns, welfare gaps, and recurring industrial disputes disrupted academic calendars, undermined staff morale, and threatened the future of our young citizens. Under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we deliberately chose dialogue over discord, reform over delay, and resolution over rhetorics.
So congratulations to, or should I say kudos to the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, and ASU leadership. So this is quite nice. I mean, they will be getting 40% increase. That's quite nice. And hopefully we won't be having strikes like we did when we were in school. And from TVC News, it says here, unveiling ceremony of FG ASU agreement begins in Abuja. This was earlier today, by the way. A historic and symbolic ceremony marking the signing of the agreement between the federal government and Association of Staff Union of Universities, ASU, which is to strengthen Nigerian public universities for the benefit of present and future generation of students, has begun in Abuja. According to Minister of State Education Suaiba Said Ahmad, the unveiling of this agreement is not the conclusion of the negotiating process, but it's the renewal of a covenant between the government and the academic community and the future of the Nigerian child. We're really happy with this development. I remember that I said something the other day. I did not finish it. I'm going to end it. I'm going to say it now, then we'll go to this topic. We'll get to it again when we get to 1951. Today we're discussing 1944 to 1948. Well, let me say something very quickly. You must have heard this thing about Otine. I'm going to have a full session on this thing, but sometimes we get into many things, so we're not able to get into it. There's a document that I came across recently. It's been a blessing, by the way. The Senate debate from 1965 to 1966. There are things inside that thing. Inside that Senate debate, they talked about fake drugs. Don't ask me the people who, said they were different. Let me put it this way. We know the victims of fake drugs, but some people constituted themselves as the victims of that pronunciation, right, to go after fake drugs in the National Assembly in 1965. But that's not today's topic. Today, I want to just quickly mention something in passing, then we'll get to class. We hear a lot about about this thing where folks from the South is, when you talk about politics of inclusion, in quote, they will say, Otine was the mayor of Enugu in 1951 and it was Fulani, and if you could do that, then an Igbo person should be able to go anywhere in Nigeria and get into politics. And I said it the other day that whenever you hear things like that, remind them that same year, 1951, Zik won a seat in Lagos, representing Lagos in Ibadan. He was in Ibadan, right? And that while Zik was there, he wasn't representing Enugu. So that same year that happened. But I want to quickly mention what happened to Altine. What happened to Zik, eventually, we'll get to that when we get to 1951. But this is what happened to Altine. The man, they said, he was Fulani and he had a seat in the House of Representatives. So I want to read something to you from Senate Debates, 29th April 1965. This is quite interesting, to be honest.
I would say then that my appeal is an appeal to people who are already...
Senator Okata says, I would say then that my appeal is an appeal to people who are already reasonable. And if I have to make another appeal to people who are already reasonable, it will only be to ask them for an increase in the number of such representatives. I hope it is no trespass on their generosity, but I think it is reasonable. One senator at least does not understand what is happening in the country, and he asked for the number of Northerners in the Eastern House of Chiefs. May I say that for many years, the mayor of the regional capital of Eastern Region, Enugu, was a Northerner by the name of Alhaji Umaru Otine. So somebody used this in 1965 to counter the idea that the fact that the Easterners were trying to get spaces in the North. Northerners now said, how many Northerners are in the Eastern Region? been involved in politics, especially in the House of Chiefs. He then said, "Oh, after all, we had a Fulani man whose name was Here he says, "May I say that for many years, the mayor of the regional capital of the Eastern region, Enugu, was a Northerner by the name of Alhaji Umaru Otine." Senator Chief Fagbenrobe Yoku then responded, "But in the end, it was gold." That means he was imprisoned. Senator Okasa says, "I can only add that his imprisonment in the East was as a result of the fact that he was trying to show that the people of Enugu were becoming too kind to him." Senator Alhaji Nuhu Bamali then says, "On a point of order, I would like the senator to continue with the argument he is now bringing up." I want to read something else because of time. Alhaji Bello Dandago says, so many untrue remarks have been made. In the North, the Igbos are considered second class, so they said, and it is untrue. This second class you are hearing, they were saying it in 1964. This one is from March 1964. The one I read was 65, but let me just read 64 now. You hear, "Oh, they hate us, they hate us." That hate us, they hate us. It did not start today. And it did not start because people hated them. It started because it was a strategy to get people to feel bad so they can treat them right. If I tell you you hate me, you now have a duty to prove that you love me, even if you did not hate me before I said you were a hater. Tactics in Kenya, according to Remote. If I had a relation, let's say we met somewhere, we become friends, and whenever I need something, I just say, why do you hate me like this? Now you now have a duty. You forget the fact that you love me, or you now want to prove to me that you don't hate me. Reverse psychology. That's the point I did you. So 60, by the way, 49, we're going to get to it in today's class. 49, they use that phrase. We're victims, we're hated, and things like that. Victim, hatred, marginalization, those things, they are constant from the 1940s. Not because it's a reality, but because it's a way to tug at your heart, to get you, to blackmail you into giving them what they want. And guess what? It worked for a while. And then it stopped working. But let's read something here. This is from March 64, House of Representatives debates. Alhaji Bello Dandago says, so many untrue remarks have been made. In the North, the Igbos are considered second class, so they said. And it is untrue. I am here categorically to deny this. We give the Igbos more than they deserve. Go over to Kano, Makurdi, and even Jos. You will see for yourselves that the Igbos are everywhere in the North. If the professor does not go to the North, he should not make this sort of statement here. The Igbos have lived in the North and they are very happy with us. They never accuse us of what the professor is accusing us of. Mention has been made of an honorable member that the East gave the post of mayor to a Northerner. That is true. But where is it today? He has maliciously been pushed into gaol. That's Old English for prison. Mr. A.U.D. Mbad from Owerri North then responded. It is a pity some of us were not here at the beginning to hear what was said, but the point I am trying to make is that the chief whip said the mayor has been maliciously pushed into gaol. I think with such a remark, our judiciary has come to question this house. Alhaji Bello Dandago responded, what I want to ask is one question. What has been done in the West? Have you a northern or an eastern mayor in the West? Several honorable members says, no. Alhaji window dressing. Umaru Otine was the mayor of Enugu, yes, but the next day it was pushed into gaol. And why was it pushed into gaol? Senator Okata says because the Easterners were showing him too much kindness. So he was acting as if he was bigger than something, so they sent him to prison. So whenever you hear that Otine was mayor, remind them that Otine was also imprisoned by the same people who want to now use. They just do name dropping in order to get whatever it is that they want, but it shouldn't be working on you as a Nigerian. And Southwestern policies is for Yoruba people, by the way, just saying. Anybody has a problem with that, that's their business. I want to read something. This is from First Republic in Nigeria, Parties and Politics in a Post-Colonial State by T.A.O. Elias. it says here that Otune's arrest was a prime example of the use of preventive detention against political opponents during this period. Anyway, the point, I think we made the point. Someone says, did you notice the attempt to gaslight? Even then, right? Yeah. Even then. You hate us, you hate us, you hate us. If anybody tells you they hate that you hate them, say you have heard. They've used it for me on X. I don't tire. Chukudima Ude. Chukudima Duemez. Which kind of name you can't get like this? Your name don't even get comma. Dumezia. Chukudima Dumezia. I finally pronounced your name. You should be happy. You said you are full of propaganda. Yeah, that's the legacy your fathers gave you. All right, let's take a break. 10 minutes. We have some responses, then we go to class, okay? Today we want to, again, please, we're going to be ending 8 o'clock. But we'll see. I can still do some minutes after each. But let's have some responses very quickly, 10 minutes. Then we come back to what happened between 1944 and 1948, 49. All right. So let's have, please, you come up, mute yourself. As soon as you get up, please mute. And then once you're done, it's 2 minutes for each person. And if you go beyond 2 minutes, I'm going to have to mute you. And I'm saying this specifically to Abdurrahman, my friend from the north. You use 2 minutes to greet. So that means after the greeting, you go down, but you will not be angry. Thank you for understanding.
Let's start with let's start with Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman, don't come.
All right, let's start with math tuition. Sorry, let's start with Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman, don't come. Oh yeah, Abdurrahman, good evening. 2 minutes.
My teacher, I don't know why you're always afraid of me coming up. Sometimes are the questions that I want to ask. Sometimes, I mean, most of the time, I'm not coming up in order to make contribution, but rather to ask questions. But there are certain things that I wanted to say, but I couldn't get the opportunity from you. Number one, as a politician in FCT, we have an election coming up and in less than 10 days, 30 days from now. And then, as you know, President Ashwaju inherited the legacy of not rewarding the politicians from Buhari government, and he continued from where Buhari stopped. There's no reward for this government, but that is not the issue for me. The issue is we are going to have an election, local council election. You know, in FCT, we don't have joint account. So virtually every local government is a state of itself. Now, Wiki hasn't done anything to us with the APC politician, even though at the peak of his fight with the PDP, we know what he did to the PDP members here in the FCT. Now he run to River State. You understand? Abstain or abscond or whatever I may call it from his duty. Our election is coming up. We don't know our position. Even if you are not politician, you know that whether we are a ruling party or not, there are certain things that we need from the bigwigs. So it is not around, and nobody is talking about that. We don't care about the position of president not to reward people that suffer for him, but at least let us deliver FCT for APC. You understand? At least If we are not feeling the sense of power at the center, we will feel the sense of power at the FCT.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I would like you to say something about it. The second thing is that
it's past. Your time is up.
We'll come back. We'll say come back. Don't worry. We'll say come back.
Your time is up.
But the remaining three things I've been
we'll come back. We'll say come back. Don't worry. We'll say come back. We'll come back. We'll come back to you.
Okay, say something about this. Thank you.
Sincerely, I don't know what to say about it, to be honest, and I'll tell you why. I don't think the president has to be around, to get people to vote in Buhari or in Gwagwalada or Duamak. So, the coming election is about
president.
It's not
Wiki.
Oh, Wiki cannot come ahead. Wiki cannot help you. Wiki cannot help you.
Why?
Wiki is in PDP.
Between Wike and your party, he's the president.
Wike is in PDP now. The only connection between Wike and your party is the president. He's not going to get people to vote for APC now in Amak. Like, let's say, okay, I want to go to Buhari, I want to do area council election. Is that election? Is it area council? Is it area council, ba?
Yeah, to some extent, but it's like you didn't understand me well, maybe because of my poor English. What I'm
you speak good English.
The only compliment I made about the center. Well, at least I'm your student, and I'm struggling
No, you speak good English. Don't deprecate yourself. You speak good English.
What I'm saying, Prof, look at this carefully, please.
You don't use that collect more time.
System at the center.
Okay.
There's no reward system at the center, but we are. How can I say it? But we want FCT to be the APC. You understand?
Okay, so thank you very much. We have to move forward now. We really have to. We have to move. Thank you, Abdurrahman.
So what
you come back up later.
We keep going to.
I'll tell you my take. Thank you very much.
All right,
guys. If you like, don't believe me. Wike is not there to help APC in any way, shape, or form. The only thing he wants to do for you is presidency. If you're having area council election in Abuja, I don't know what Wike will do for you. Your party is not his party. So what you will do is you work with your party people. Maybe I don't get the question, but this is what I got from what you're saying. What I think I'm hearing is the fact that you want the FCT minister to also help in, I don't even get it, campaign APC, because I kept hearing APC. He's not in APC, in the PDP. The party should be stronger, and they should do what they have to do to get people to vote for them in Abuja, whether it's in Amak, whether it's in Buhari, or in where again, Metamas or Koro, all those places. You get the point. Okay. If I didn't get your point, please, you ask another time when we bring people up, because it's almost 7. I want to get to this class, and we have only 1 hour. So let's quickly go to CEO. Good evening, CEO.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Prof.
Welcome, Chief. Ẹkáàbọ.
It's good today. Okay. I just realized that after the news today that the war never ended. As in the civil war in Nigeria never ended.
Yeah.
The physical war may have ended, but there are still people fighting with Nigeria in their minds, in their thoughts, in their actions, and in their deeds. I read the report. In fact, after PM News published that report, I went to look for the original report published by the UK newspaper about the lobbying of the separatist group with the GCI group in the US. And they went as far as trying to make a deal with them that they will concession some oil wells to them.
Oil blocks. Yes.
This is something that you don't own.
Oil we don't do their land though.
It's just crazy. So it's kind of send a signal to me that we all need to wake up, because some of the things that you say here, when you go on Google or AI to search for them, you only see the propaganda that they have posted. You don't see the rebuttal from our side. A few days ago, we had the special advisor to the president on media on TikTok, Sunday Dare. And I did mention this to him, that look, the federal government is not doing enough to counter this propaganda. And in addition to that, they need to start clamping down on the social media platform that hosts some of this, because some of them are just pure lies, propaganda, and hate speech. As I came across a website where they put, I think it was Yoruba something, Yoruba, I can't remember the name now, where they posted all kind of atrocious things about the Yorubas, eating flesh, their name, their nails, their fingers, their tooth, how they sharpened it, how they were unclothed before the Europeans came. And it was, I came across it and I flagged it. I'm not sure now to know if it has been taken down or not. We have a set of people that have been programmed in a particular way. And it's going to be almost impossible to reprogram them, because as they were programmed, they have also continuously programming other people. So it's a generation of people that have been programmed in a certain way, and they are transferring that programming to other people. And what have they been programmed with? With hatred, with that mentality that they are marginalized, they are victimized. And like you rightly played, the young girl that came on here to say, a child or a child can never become the president of Nigeria. I mean, how can you have that kind of mentality? If I have my way, there was a way I could relate with God and say, Father Almighty, please just allow Nigeria, give these people their 5 states and let them go. Because at the end of the day, they are causing more damage than they have done more damage to Nigeria than good. And I don't think even in the next 100 years, Nigeria cannot recover from the damage that they have done. It's complete the marketing, it's just too much. And I don't know. I just said I should put this out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. But again, the truth of the matter is that, believe it or not, this thing actually hurts the person who is pushing propaganda more than Nigeria. Just doesn't know yet. Because what it does is generations yet unborn, they will always see themselves as inferior. It doesn't matter how high they get. I'll give you an example. Earlier today, I saw a post by a person who was a deputy governor of the CBN, talking about the fact that Nigeria needs to rise up. There's which country? Wait, there's one country. There's a country that they just rose up. Iran. It was something happened in the 1970s in Iran, and that same thing is happening again in 2025. In fact, give me a second. Let me read you what he said. I won't mention the person's name, but I'm sure you will know who it is. And I'm not mentioning it because I think it's going to take us off into something else. But it doesn't matter how high people get. Then go talk. So let me read you what he said. Iran, 1979-2026. One constant: the people. The people are powerful. But in countries like Nigeria, they themselves believe they are powerless. And so do the politicians, who use them as convenient pawns in cyclical contexts for elite transfers of power. But this will change. When you read this, you may think the person talking is actually talking from a place of altruism. It's the same person who said that Nigeria needed strong men. That for the nation to be born, the tribe must die. It was what I was saying, that we should go the way of Turkey. It should be like Ataturk. There is no sense of reform. Let me put it this way. If you're a person and you are older than 20 or 25, because we still have our blood they boil when we get that age. If you get that kind 24, 25, and the only solution you see to every problem is revolution, you need education. These people, their children are not in Nigeria. Most of the things they are doing, they don't do it in the country. They will be shouting and say, oh, the people have to rise up. Their own children will never be part of the people that are rising up. They will never get involved. They will not. You won't find their skin in the game. But they will rile you up for a revolution. You will go and fight. They will promise you Iran. You will finish with Libya. We will not hear during the, what they call that thing, Arab Spring. What has happened to the summer or autumn of the Arab? Nah, the Arab Spring. Let's go and fight. What you should be thinking about is a reformation. For those who want revolution, let me tell you the truth. They have no plans after the noise.
Great bonfires and then see the smoke.
They will just cause chaos. They'll see smoke, fire, they'll create bonfires and then see the smoke rise to the skies, and that's it. Then they are satisfied. They have done something. They have made. What did you get? When you are done, right? The people that will still rule over you will still be the people that are there right now. They will just change names, but they will be the same people.
Let them start with their children.
All these people just telling people, let us fight. The people must talk. Let them start with their children. Get their children on the streets. When we see you and your kids on the streets shouting, we no go agree or we no go agree, then we will not think of the. In fact, even if you do, I will still not join you. You know why? Because I know that that's not the way forward for Nigeria. And this idea that Nigeria needs to fight and you have to go on the street. Listen, in case you are young, I'm also young, not that young, but you get the point. We used to go on the street too. This is not the first time people are protesting. You know what they said in 2020? They have met the wrong generation. We're not like our parents. They protested though. They fought though. You were there. Whether it was Babangida or Abacha, and they were not smiling. The cadets just coming late to school, they'll beat the hell out of you. Then you now go and protest. You know that you're in trouble. Don't think that you're doing something novel that nobody has ever done before. People have protested. The question should be, Kimia Tubotoy. Even the Abacha, I thought the protest, what really ended it? Was it not when what happened that people started saying, oh, praise God? The truth of the matter is, let me just say it. Nigeria is a democratic state. This country has laws. Those calling for anarchy in the name of the people should rise. Number one, they should send their children first. Number two, if they are caught, they will be dealt with, and no tears will stop anybody from dealing with them. Nigeria does not need strong men. Nigeria needs institutions. We need structure. And you have a president, the first time in a long while, for the very first time in a very long while, you have a president who is structurally thinking, who is thinking development commissions, tax reform, who is thinking about how to actually, by the way, he's talking of state policing, local government autonomy. These are structural issues. Flower. You say, see my beard. I don't know if it is an insult or a compliment, but whatever you say, if you make it clear, I'll know how to respond. But the point is, how do you work with the structure? How do you work within the structure? How do you take advantage of what's happening right now? How do you, whether it's through your businesses or through NGOs, what do you do that actually makes you actually move up the ladder in society? Rather than just be shouting, we are the masses. How can you be the masses for 30 years? Your parents were masses. You two are now growing up. Now we're saying we masses. I remember I was in school. I think I've said it here before. I was in uni. It must have been my first or second year. My dad was saying something. I said, look at this, the way they treat the masses. And I said, I'm not one of the masses. I was young. And that was like, really? And I said, I'm not. Why would you consider that if you want to have conversations, you have to put yourself in that space? It's a place of helplessness. You will talk, you'll be angry, then you keep quiet. Then you go and shout and protest, then you go back home, then keep quiet. There's really nothing that you have done. And that's why somebody came in the other day and said, when you come on social media, we just talk to people and just tell them what to do because many people cannot think for themselves. And I said, the kind of audience that I'm talking to are people who have brains. And I used to ask this question. I never told you why, but let me tell you why today. We'll be discussing. I'll just stop and I'll ask that: who are the elites in Nigeria? I don't know if you remember. I've asked that question a number of times. Who are the elites in Nigeria? When you read this book, and I think you should, if you can find it, it's out of print. That's the sad part. The book is called "The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society" by E. Ayodele. We read part of it before. We'll read more. People who just had correspondence, they were part of the elite. They were seen as they carried themselves a certain way, and the rest of society saw them a certain way. But you see, right now we have too many graduates, so we all consider ourselves to be just masses. And then you know the elites in our minds, the politicians. They are political elites, but they're not the only type of elites. There are other people. There are people who are elite based on the fact that they are businessmen. They have done well. Some people became part of that because they went to school. So you went to school, you have your degree.
Someone says even NCE was elited. Yes.
Someone says even NCE was elited. Yes.
You will speak to a Nigerian graduate.
So, and this is the sad. It's actually quite sad. You will speak to a Nigerian graduate. His conversation is not so different from, and with all due respect to, even market women are even smarter. By the way, politically in Nigeria, those market women, they are more politically savvy than all of those who are wearing tie all over the place. They know what's up. In fact, some outside security men, those who not they're carrying transistor radio. They are more aware of what's happening in politics than most of us just putting on tie all over the place. The market woman is talking politics. She's sounding more sensible than the one who has a degree. And the woman sent the children to school so they can come and tell her what she doesn't know. Now she's the one teaching them about life and teaching them about politics, and they have degrees. And the only thing they can do is to protest. It doesn't make sense. So you have a degree. The only thing you can think of as a degree holder, we no go agree. Aluta continua Victoria Sata. Oh boy, that's SUG. You are graduate. Abiodun Ayodele says, please, this elite masses explanation should be a separate short clip. No, I just think that, I think that if we see ourselves that way, we form a critical mass, then you begin to see what you can do. All these are fathers. I don't know if you've sat down to think about it. How old were they? We played a video on Monday of Papa Obafemi Awolowo at Lancaster House in London, 1958. He was 49 years old. When did they start Action Group? 1951. How old was he? 1951. Was 42. It was 42. What are we doing? Don't be shouting, we know we agree. We talk about Awo today, and Awo didn't even have his degree until 1947. That was when he got back to Nigeria. He went to the UK in 1944. And at that age, he was, how old was that? 35? I don't know if these things, I don't know. I think, when 35, came back 38. At that point, some of you we already have PhD. We still be shouting, they have messed up with the wrong generation. You are the generation that it is well. I hope you get my point, Sha. My point is just that this is not a classist conversation. This is not, I'm an elite, I'm higher than. That's not the point, too. The point is that the folks who are the masses, they are looking up to us, to you, to do something, because they struggle to send you to school. They are looking up to you in society. If you notice, when you go to the shop to buy something, they defer to you in certain way because they expect that you will know more than them. But no, you're not saying that the only answer to, you're not going to tell the market woman that the only answer to our problem is protest. You don't even have the capacity to say, if you sell like this, if you take advantage of this policy that government has just, you don't know anything about government policy. All those loans that they can take, you don't know. Your own is who must protest. You don't have to be smart to protest, though. It's not just to be in the crowd. Who is your leader? We have no leader. And you think people actually respect young people that behave like that? We are the elites, that's what I'm trying to say. Beyond political elites, we are the ones who can, hopefully, when we get to a particular point, you notice that we can create change in a way. And I'll end by saying this, then we'll go to malnutrition. I was talking to my mentor about Dawn Commission and the fact that educated Nigerians in 2013, actually before 2013, but they eventually launched in 2013, Yoruba people thought of what they could do to make things better for Yoruba land. They could have decided to be shouting, we don't go agree. They sat down, came up with a framework, released a document, I'll see if I can find that stuff. And if there's an E version, I'll see if I can find an E version. Maybe I'll send it to, I'll put it on Radio Global. They created that thing, created a structure, thought about different parts of our life, right, and economy. Thought of, farming and agriculture, infrastructure, culture and entertainment. Thought of different things and created frameworks for those things in 2013. Then somewhere along the line, we're having security issues in Nigeria. They had a framework for security architecture in Yoruba land. That was what they presented to the Governors Forum, the Southwest Governors Forum. We talk about the fact that, Motekun was from Akeredolu. It was not from Akeredolu. It was from Dawn Commission. But Akeredolu was the head of the governors in the Southwest at the time. And he took it up, and he did it so well. And he made it his own, which is brilliant, by the way. But the point I'm trying to make sure is this. They were there creating that framework. And so when the political guys were ready, they were able to present something to them. They now ran with it, and now we have Amotekun. They kept working. By the way, Dawn Commission did not pay me. I'm just telling you what we can do as as people, because all this masses nonsense. It doesn't make sense. It's all this school where we go. They then came up with an idea. They came up with different strategies, railway, food and agriculture. Then they began to liaise with the governors of the Southwest. Then they started having meetings with the Commission of Agriculture. Then, 12 years after they had been existing, the federal government created Southwest Development Commission. They have the box, the big box, they have the money. But Dawn Commission already created framework. So what did SWDC do? They went to meet these guys. Let's see what you have done. This is what we are planning to do. This is what you're planning to do. Okay, we have money. We'll execute this, and that. So in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we will start seeing some kind of growth in Yoruba land, because federal government has given us Southwest Development Commission, but also because some of our elders had created a development agenda for Western Nigeria in 2013 in association with the governors of the Western region. My question is, let's say somebody even calls us today, all of us in this room, maybe just one of us or two of us, and it could be you, and say, they want to meet you today at the Aso Rock. When you get there, what will you say? The president just wants to ask you what you think. What are you going to say? We no go agree. Just be thinking about this thing, so it will help us know how we approach issues. Like, what if they call me today? What will I say? It's a very important question. Not to be saying we'll go and do protest. And by the way, all those people that are always shouting protest, if you give them opportunity, they don't usually they're not necessarily the best leaders, but they know they have their place. They be shouting and they keep you on your toes. Someone says they want us to go. Who are the us? Do you mean Biafra? If you want Biafra to go, Matt Vision, you are going now. Just talk to your representative. You have 58 folks in the National Assembly, Flower, from the Southeast. There are 15 senators and 43 House of Reps members. Talk to them. They will give you Biafra. All they have to do is, you will not get Biafra, by the way. You can get Igbo nation. You will never get Biafra if Biafra is beyond your own Igbo land. May God bless you in your journey. Someone says that's not how Nigeria politics works. You have no idea.
You are right. You are correct. You are joking.
No. There's some things you do. Okay, I hear you are right. You are correct. You are joking, by the way, but it's okay. So that's not how it works. Okay. Because when opportunity wants to come to you, they will first tell you to be prepared. Matt Vision, I beg, Jerry. Sorry I kept you waiting. Please go on.
Hello, too. Good evening.
Me, Mombo.
Hello, too. How you doing?
Yes, no. Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
All right, please go on. Yes, now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I like this your hat. Only one stripe at the top, one stripe on your face, and the another stripe on your shirt. It's like the blood of Jesus. Thank you. I think it's fascinating what we are reading. I made a comment that it's interesting that you call the propaganda has now become an epigenesis among some of our people. You may not be far from the truth. And it will take another 1,000 years of truth to undo that evil, honestly. I think just to piggyback on what you have said, if they call us today to ask what are we going to say? So I think it's important that this thing we are doing, we need to start documenting it into a think tank format as part of the outcome. Because the truth of the matter is that in your monitor opportunity, Matijadi. So I want to encourage all of us in this group, whatever as Olutu will guide us, whatever you can contribute and document, so that as the opportunity presents itself, because you don't know when it can happen. Look at what happened with Dawn Commission now. If those guys have not been diligent and pulling stuff together, we will not have had the result they are having now. And I don't think one think that is enough. Nigeria is a massive space. It's a huge country. The population of Oyo State is more than the population of Netherlands. So Nigeria is a huge country. We have many, many countries within Nigeria, and one think tank is not enough. And my submission really, I want to celebrate Mr. President, what he has done, the outcome we've received in the last few days. Number one, I don't know whether you saw the news about the gold refinery in Lagos.
Gold.
Alake, Doctor. Yes, the doctor of the minister in charge of minerals.
Yes.
Yeah, he broke that news when he was in Saudi Arabia. He's still in Saudi Arabia, I think. It was headline news in Premium Times, and I sent it to you yesterday. They said that there's a gold refinery in Lagos, and then they said there are at least another 3 that they are building. And then they also link it to the commission of another lithium factory, $600 million lithium factory, I think in Nasarawa, that they're about to commission. I think we need to celebrate Mr. President for spearheading this and all his. Have you noticed a pattern? All his ministers, they are really delivering. Well, not all of them, but a good number of them are really delivering for the nation. That's number one. Number two, Mr. President is still in Dubai, in UAE now. They've just signed the largest CEPA relationship between Nigeria and UAE, removing tariffs on our goods and vice versa, and opening up Nigerian exporters to go and export to that country, and then from there to the other part of the world. I don't know whether you've heard Minister Oduwole. She broke the announcement last night. It's a big deal. Yes. That's the second one, following from the one they did in Brazil. This is the second one. It's massive. And these are the kind of stuff that we need to be, okay, you can abuse the president all you want, but we need to celebrate their achievement and then begin to rally around people in our communities that can take advantage of these opportunities and run with it. Because we have a young population, only the share. Now we heard today that the US government have permanently suspended giving visa to Nigerians. So all the people in the if they don't reverse the course now, that means that all the people in the pipeline to travel from Nigeria now, they are suspended permanently until further notice. So all those people that have their hopes and their dreams dashed down, law. So again, we need to start taking to our industrialists, like Aleko Dangote has been saying, let us industrialize, let us stop importing, let us start doing stuff locally so we can then export and make money. We need to speak to our leaders, our House of Rep members, our senators, our so-called importer-exporter people, so that they can begin to realign their vision with Mr. President, like Dangote has done. When Mr. President announced the CNG initiative, a lot of people in that sector did not take advantage of it. The Hypeman people and all of their other transporters, they never saw CNG as something that would benefit them. When Mr. Dangote now did it and brought in 10,000 trucks on CNG basis, they now started talking monopoly. How can you create monopoly when Mr. President gave everybody the same opportunity? So let's thank God for this president and his administration. I rest my case.
Thank you very much for that news. I think it slipped through the cracks. The one by the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole. I was supposed to read that one earlier, but the other one, yes, I'm hearing it for the first time, but thank you very much for bringing that to my notice. Let me just read that to you from Punch, to everybody. FG unveils Lagos Gold Refinery, pushes $600 million lithium plant launch. Federal government has announced the commencement of operations at a high-purity gold refining plant in Lagos, with 3 additional gold refineries at different stages of development across the country, and a $600 million lithium processing plant in Nasarawa State ready for commissioning. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, disclosed this on Tuesday, saying the projects marked tangible outcomes of the government's value addition policy in the mining sector and repositioning Nigeria as Africa's leading minerals hub and a strategic global partner in critical minerals for the green energy transition. Alake spoke during a meeting with the Saudi Arabian Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Korayev, held ahead of the Future Minerals Forum in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So this is actually quite good. This is what he said. Nigeria's value addition policy is already yielding tangible results, with a gold refining plant of very high purity now operational in Lagos. So it's already working. 3 additional gold refineries at various stages of development, and a $600 million lithium processing plant in Nasarawa State ready for commissioning. This is grand. And let me read the one from Jumoke Oduwole. Again, this from Punch. Nigeria UAE scrap tariffs on over 13,000 goods. The federal government has announced that Nigeria has eliminated tariffs on 6,243 products imported from the United Arab Emirates, and the UAE has removed tariffs on 7,315 products imported from Nigeria as part of a new trade pact aimed at expanding market access for Nigerian goods, businesses and professionals. The Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment disclosed this on Tuesday via a document on the Nigeria-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement signed in January 2026. According to the ministry, the agreement will expand market access opportunities for Nigerian products, businesses and professionals into the UAE while facilitating investment flows, marking a major step in Nigeria's non-oil export drive and economic diversification agenda. What's our role as Nigerians? If you are interested in import and all of the importer, exporter, pure water, look for the products that they are exporting to UAE and take advantage of it. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much for that news. Math tuition. So here's the thing. It's 7:16. We could discuss the whole thing about 44 or bring more people up, and then know that we'll continue that on tomorrow. Tomorrow is 15th January, 60th anniversary of the coup. So we're talking about the January 1566 coup tomorrow, and I'm going to be reading accounts of how the coup was executed. We'll talk about how it was planned several times. So we'll just talk about how it was executed, or just few hours before the execution, from different perspectives, different accounts. That's how we're going to celebrate 60th anniversary. And we'll say never again. Right? May we never have coups again in Nigeria, by the way. Please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. This is showing activity. 37k likes. Abba. This is quite low. Please power tap. This is showing activity. It might go off. Please power tap on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, thank you for being here. On Facebook as well, please like and share the live stream. Thank you so much. All right, I think we just have a little discussion and bring people up. I think that will be fair. Let's just finish what we started on Monday, and then bring more people up later. Thank you very much, Mark Tuition, for that fantastic submission. I really appreciate it. All right, again, let's start up. Very quick house cleaning or housekeeping. I meant to say. Please like, share. If you're on TikTok, click on the heart icon above me here. Drop a heart me, drop a gift. Let's push the live together to the FYP on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, on Facebook, please like the live. Like.
Maybe I should ask, should we just move on and bring more people up, or
Maybe I should ask, should we just move on and bring more people up, or do you want to hear about what happened in 1944? Someone says, allegedly there was an attempted coup last year. Thank God it failed. Thank God it failed. Thank you. Agbex, good to see you. This one I see you, then I won't see you. You are doing like air, but I'm glad you're here today. Let's discuss 1944. What even happened in 44? Okay, I remember now. Amen.
So, let's get to class. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, let's get to class now. Thank you very much for the gifts. It's work. Oh, okay, I get. But good to see you, Agbex. Bangs, I salute you too. Thank you, everybody. All right. We've been talking about Nigerian politics, and we started discussing what happened in the 19th century, what happened in the early 20th century, particularly in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. The last time we talked about what happened in the 1930s and how the dynamics changed. The fact that we had a major political party by the name of NNDP. By the way, MDA8613 on YouTube. Thank you very much for what you're writing in the comment section on YouTube. I really do appreciate it. You know what? Before we get to the topic, let me just read some comments, because I think that's where we can carry people on other platforms along. You know, it's only people on TikTok that get to come up. Folks on other platforms type. So let's read what they have to say. We're going to come back to the topic in a bit. Damilola Odubanjo on YouTube says, most people are not really against corruption in Nigeria. They are just pains. They are not the ones looting. We're all hypocrites, and I believe we deserve what we got. We always want to live above our means. That's stinging. It's stinging, but it's true. It's true. May God help us. May we also get better. It's difficult for some. This is for Mimi. It's difficult for some to buy in when there is no sense of justice. It's a country where there are no consequences to huge monies being stolen. I think that's what many want fixed, and they are right to want that fixed, by the way. But here's the issue. If people really want people to answer for whatever misdeeds, how come a lot of people are now speaking against government for going after people like Malami? Okay. First it was about, looting. Now it's about terrorism financing. And you have Nigerians saying it's because of ethnicity. So we need to be consistent. Okay. But you're right. We need to have consequences for huge money being stolen. Thank you for that. Mimi also says it's infuriating to hear about trillions looted, relocated with no consequences, while borrowing an amount that could have been recovered from the loot. I feel your pain, and you're right. You're 100% correct. Tinubu gets the economic restructuring that needs to make Nigeria better, but people are concerned that corruption, which has depleted Nigerians' resources, is not being tackled. It's going to get better, I guess. Mr. Tamilola Odubanjo, good evening, sir. MDA, thank you very much. He says, most of the problems in Nigeria are traceable to, you mentioned the ethnic group. Let's just leave that one for now. But please like and share. All right, let's get to the conversation. We've been talking, right, about Nigerian political history. So we zeroed in on 1937 the other day because that was when a lot of things changed. So by way of recap, 1923 was when we had our first political party, NNDP, formed by Albert Macaulay. 1934, we had a movement called Lagos Youth Movement, created to be able to fight for the right of our people, the education quality to be the same as what was obtainable in the UK, particularly with Yaba Higher College, which we now call Yaba College of Technology. This was in 1934. And then by 1936, it became Nigerian Youth Movement. It was the same organization that was Lagos Youth Movement, metamorphosed into Nigerian Youth Movement. That 7Z comes back from Ghana, joins the people, was a fantastic orator, began to do great things, and helped win elections in 38. Then from that same year, 38, he began to push. Actually, it was 37, but let's just say 38. And the reason I'm saying 38 is because, sometimes you assume that the person is just saying things, maybe just typing stuff, but in reality, it's trying to further an agenda. People started noticing this in 38. They didn't speak until 1940. So they waited about 2 years. And the idea basically was to push his ethnicity to the fore. Now, I've said it before, that there's nothing wrong in talking about the good things about your ethnic group, as long as you're not using that, you're not doing that at the expense of others. In other words, if I tell you that Yoruba is great, that's it. It's not Yoruba is greater than. And I'm not saying Yoruba is great, but another ethnic group is like this. Okay, unless of course I'm responding to particular things that are being said. But generally speaking, if you want to talk about your greatness, just talk about your greatness. But what Zik did was to use his paper, which was very popular at the time. He used to push this agenda where the Igbos represented all things good, and then everything evil, it will use other ethnicities, particularly the Yoruba people. And it was insidious. It wasn't also something that it was covert, until of course it became overt. So you have a situation where if you succeeded as a Yoruba person, you don't grace the front covers. If you succeeded less as an Igbo person, you're on the front covers. It was West African pilot, by the way. This was the same person who was telling you about how, Africa should be one and all those fantastic things. And that's why I say, although I respect him as a person, I do not agree with the idea of Zik of Africa. I think it was a brand that did not live up to its reputation. So if people could call you something and you can decide not to be that thing, okay? So it's Zik of Africa. And if you recall your motor shows just before dawn, they said he went from Zik of Africa to Zik of Nigeria to Zik of Eastern region, Zik of Igbos and Zik of Onitsha, then finally to just Zik. So, to be honest, if you strip away the ethnic jingoism, right, and Igbo supremacy that he was actually pushing, those years, maybe we can begin to talk about Zik of Nigeria. Maybe at some point we'll get to Zik of Africa, but we can't even talk about Zik of Nigeria, because the goal was to have his ethnicity dominate other people. All right, and that's. We've read a lot of books on that, so I'm just doing a very quick recap. Now that went on for a while, and some other things happened around the time. So it's not just about Zik. In 1928, the first cultural organization in Nigeria was formed. It's called the ABBO Union, or ABBO State Union. So it was the first cultural organization. Sorry about that. 1936, the Igbos started having their own unions, but it wasn't a collective. So the Igbos in Lagos would have a union. The Igbos in Calabar would have a place where they met, but it wasn't like the ones in Lagos and Calabar were meeting, but the ones in Lagos would meet. So they were doing that kind of thing. I don't want to go into what they achieved and why they did it, but the whole idea was to be able to give themselves, to help educate people, to be able to pull resources together. They even planned to have a bank. But, by 1944, they moved away from just being small groups all over the place to coming together and becoming an entity. And they called it Igbo Federal Union. All right, so the idea basically was that instead of having small Igbo unions all over the place, they just come together and have Igbo Federal Union, which is also good. Which is why when I read Achebe's book, The Trouble with Nigeria, that was published in 1983, even back then, the man was still lying. He was saying that Igbos are individualistic, they never... We'll have that conversation, that book, we'll study that book together. And the reason I'm interested in that book is because there are people in Africa who believe what they read in that book about Nigeria and discuss Nigeria through the prism or through the lens of that particular perspective or that particular book. Right? People like PLO, Professor PLO Lumumba, he was talking about trouble with Nigeria. I was like, this man would think he actually knows Nigeria. The person who wrote this book is a liar. This person wants to demarket Nigeria. The consistency in demarketing Nigeria from the Southeast it's fantastic. If nothing else, that consistency is, I respect it. Anyway, so they banded together. 44 was also around the time when the Second World War was going on, and around that time they were trying to help themselves, have a bank and things like that. But there's also something else they tried to do. They organized a group within that union called Igbo National Caucus. This was in 1944, and the plan they had was to perpetually rule the federation, or rule Nigeria, to perpetually rule this country that will be formed. again, at this point, there was Nigeria, right? There was northern provinces, there was eastern provinces, there was western provinces. This was during Arthur Richard's time, okay? But of course, Nigeria existed, but there was no independence. But they had this vision to perpetually rule Nigeria in 20 years' time. So the plan was that by 1964, they will be strategically positioned and they will be the ones at the helms of affairs. And the way they worked, they actually think very communally, although they give you this vibe that they're individualistic in nature. But in actual fact, if one person gets to a particular place, it pulls people up. And that comes for several reasons. It could be because there's a book, I'll see if I can remember the book, I'll tell you later. I can see the book, but I can't see the name. You know, they have the situation where communities sometimes will fund your tuition. For instance, if you read the story of Nwafo Rizu, one of the issues, thank you MDA, one of the issues with Nwafo Rizu was that the community had gathered money to send kids to the United States. Orizu took the money, I think it was about £32,000, and spent it. He went to prison, by the way, but guess who pardoned him? Guess who pardoned him? Or ensured that he was pardoned? Yeah, he gets right. Zeke. We'll get to that later. Anyway, so they had a plan to perpetually rule Nigeria. That was in 1944, so we talked about that already. By 1945, the Yoruba people decided to do what they saw other people doing, which was, of course, to have cultural organization. So Yoruba people, of course, we claim to be from the same source, we have the same ancestor, but we're disunited. Why? Because we're coming out of 16 years war, right? And even though
what's the word now? The scars were still visible. People still had a way of
the scars were still visible. People still had a way of treating other people from other tribes within Yoruba ethnic nation. So they had, things for them, and things like that. So, which is what's also creeping up right now with the nonsense going on with people talking about supremacy, where they should be sitting down to understand how to make their lives better and the lives of their subjects. But they are going all over the place and they are better than everybody, which is why people are being disrespected now. Certain people are being disrespected now, and I hope, I just want to say this in passing. Let me even say, it's not about hope. A day will come in Yoruba land when certain kings will be disrespected, not by fellow kings, but by Baales. And a day will now come when individual Yoruba people, in some instances, who are not even titled, will speak to certain kings in ways that we will feel ashamed. All of us will feel ashamed. But elokole, because there's no way you are going to insult your forebears and those who are ahead of you, and you expect that you'll be honored. Let's continue. So we were disjointed, right? We were disunited. So Owl thought it was important for Yoruba people to come together and form a union. So he started thinking about this while he was in Nigeria in the 1940s. But he went to the UK in 1944. So in 1955, himself, people like Oni Akerele, Abiodun Akerele, Altunde CG, Akintola Williams, those people who became a child accountant later, they came together, and some other people came together and founded Egbe Omodudua in London, 1945. But here's where it gets interesting. At the time in London, there was already an Igbo Federal Union, which was a branch of the one they started in Nigeria. It started around 43, but it became strong in 44 in Nigeria, but it was already there in 43. It was already there in London, starting in 43. So at the time that Yoruba people were forming Egbe Omodudua in 1945, the Igbo Federal Union had already been 2 years old in London. But then they said that the Awolowo and his people were tribalistic. And the crazy part is that the Yoruba people also supported that, just like we have some Yoruba people today, like the one who spoke earlier, who said, oh, why is Kiniko Kiniko? Why is Kiniko Kiniko? They just want to be contrarian. If you really ask them the basis for what they are saying, they have nothing to say. But they shall want to say that we are going against the grain. So they were saying, oh, always tribalistic and everything. Eventually, Olo decided to have a meeting with Igbo students in the UK to explain to them, that's the executive of the Igbo Federal Union, to explain to them the objectives of the Yoruba group, the Egbe Motutua. By the way, before they even started at all, they had disseminated information by giving out pamphlets and, leaflets stating the objectives of Egbe Motutua. And it was two-pronged. One was Yoruba land, the other one was for Nigeria. And if you read those things, we read it the other day, it actually shows altruism. It shows a person who actually wants to take care of his own people and also wants the best for others in Nigeria. And that has been our philosophy as Yoruba people, or our political ideology based on Awolowo and his colleagues. Now, they put that out there. The Igbo said they were tribalistic, so they were going to have a meeting to explain themselves, which we must never do again. Nobody is worth explaining anything. Like, if you don't get it, forget about it. There's nothing in this life that will make me explain to you why I'm not a tribalist. If you think I'm a tribalist, that's your problem. If after everything I've said, and I will still say, you think I'm a tribalist, believe what you want. But Baba, back in the day, they were still trying to be good people, great nation. So they're going to have a meeting, 24 hours to the date, or to the time of the meeting. The Igbo guys called them and said, oh, they're going to be busy and they're not going to be available. They're going to shut down another opportunity. Sorry, another time. They never did. All right? But that was 45. By 1947, the Egbe had been inaugurated in Ife. And in 1948, it was established in Lagos, spearheaded by Sade Malakija. And the Egbe began to gain popularity, of course, among Yoruba people. And this is where it gets quite interesting. By September of 1948, Zeke and the rest of the gang decided to use his paper to do what they've been doing since 1938. Now, for 10 years, they've done this thing where they're pushing the Igbos as the model ethnicity, even in Yoruba land, but across Nigeria. And so Egbe Motutua for them was a threat. Now, I would never understand it. Let me just say that before we continue. I'll never see sense in a settler who is the president of Igbo Federal Union living in Yoruba land, then having a problem with the fact that Yoruba people in their own land have their own Egbe Motutua, which is like the Yoruba counterpart of the Igbo Federal Union. This is what Zeke said. But now, by the way, this was his paper editorial. By September 8, 1948, West African Pilots. But now that the Egbe has made it clear that its battle is not really against Dr. Azikiwe personally, and even against Igbos as a group, but against the aspirations of the 27 million Nigerians backing up the NCNC, the time has come for real action. Henceforth, the cry must be one of battle against the Egbe Motutua, its leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downdale, in the streets of Nigeria and in the residence of its advocates. The Egbe Motutua is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Sade Malakija has been dismembered. This is the audacity of Zeke, because we are all one Nigeria. The reason we even got into this conversation to begin with is what happened in 51. When people say things like Yoruba people did not open their doors, you are too tribalistic, our law was tribalistic, and we started by reading, oh, I forgot, I was supposed to read to you something from by the way. I'll get to it. It's okay, it will work together.
So they say all this now, oh, our law did not allow them to do this, our law was
I'll tell you about that later. All right, so they say all this now, oh, our law did not allow them to do this, our law was against them, it used tribalism in 1951. But the point is, before you talk about 1951, you have to go back to 1938. You have to go back to 1937, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. You're going to get to 49 today. 50, then 51. If a person has a history of demeaning Yoruba people, of saying that he is supreme and his ethnicity is supreme. Igbos are better. Igbos are supreme. Igbos are this, Igbos are that. And the person then wants to become your leader in your region, since all of us we cannot lead ourselves apparently. So we require that kind of person who believes that his own ethnicity is supreme to ours to come and lead us. And we now say no. They now tell you, your fathers were tribalists. You are now apologizing for it because you want to be a good Nigerian. You are not serious. You shouldn't apologize for that. If the child, if his child tells you that, remind. Apart from newspaper attacks, there was also physical assault on the persons of the leaders of the Egbe and damage to the houses and other property of some of them. It was absolutely impossible on nationalist grounds to reconcile Dr. Azikiwe I'll tell that again. It was absolutely impossible on nationalist grounds to reconcile Dr. Azikiwe's insensate hostility to the Egbe with his presidentship of the Igbo Federal Union and his obvious condonation of the existence of a similar organization founded in the Northern region in May 1948 and called Jamia Mutanenarewa Northern People's Congress. Besides, in spite of his protestations to the contrary, Dr. Azikiwe was himself an unabashed Igbo jingoist. I'll read to you what happened in 49, but let's go back to 48 for a second. So that's what Zik says. Zik said the Egbe Oduduwa must be crushed. Again, if you were in Egbe Oduduwa in 1948, you have been seeing somebody moving Kurukere since 1937. You've seen how he destroyed the NYM in 1940 and 1941. He destroyed the party. By the way, the movement of
intertribal rivalry within the party. And how did he do that? He said
tribal rivalry within the party. And how did he do that? He said a particular guy, a particular man who eventually became an Oba, who was going to run. The reason they didn't want him to run was because he was from Ijebu. And then Zik now used the Ijebu and the Igbo people against the movement. Eventually the movement split. You are Yoruba. You saw that happen. You have seen him push his ethnicity. You're now seeing him go against your own ethnic cultural organization. And then he comes 2 years later and says, I want to become your guy. If you have to be daft to say you should come and because you want to prove that. Don't prove anything to anybody in this country. That's the point. But let me read to you what your Bible did when you said, let me read to you again what Zik said, and then I'll read what your Bible said in response. But now that the Egbe has made it clear that its battle is not really against Dr. Azikiwe. 1 second, please. Mombo. Okay. But now that the Egbe has made it clear that its battle is not really against Dr. Azikiwe personally, and even against Igbos as a group, but against the aspirations of the 27 million Nigerians backing up the NCNC. In other words, now they have invoked a party. Oh, it's not against Azikiwe, a person. It's not against his ethnicity, the Igbos. But it must be against the party that Azikiwe was leading, NCNC. So they have made a person's... What's the word now? What's the word? It's not... You know what? Insecurities. They have made a human being a personal insecurity in national discourse. So now, is your personal... You have insecurity about what's happening. You are a weak, lily-livered person who can't stand other people standing up for themselves in their own land. But in order to be able to find that, you make it a national stuff by saying, oh, you are against our party. So he says, they've said that they're not against Azikiwe or Igbos as a group, but against the aspiration of the 27 million Nigerians backing up the NCNC. The time has come for real action. Henceforth, the cry must be one of battle against the Egbe Oduduwa, its leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downdale, in the streets of Nigeria and in the residence of its advocates. The Egbe Oduduwa is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Sade Malakija has been dismembered. That's what Zik said. What did Yoruba people say? by this time, Yoruba people already had the daily service to respond. So yes, Zeke had West African pilot, but now they had something that they could also use to speak. So this is what they said. The title of the editorial in Daily Service was published. It's titled, I'll take that again. The title of the editorial in the Daily Service was Nnamdi Azikiwe is warned not to strain the patience of Yoruba people. And this is what the author said. The picture that leaves me bewildered, however, is that of Zeke, an out-and-out Igbo, inaugurating a Yoruba federal union. It may be said in mitigation that he had but the poorest materials out of which to erect the Yoruba federal union, having only managed to scrape together the waifs and strays of the Yoruba race. He had no Yoruba unions to federate, for no Yoruba union would submit to the degradation of being federated by Zeke. Nevertheless, the daring of the man is staggering. By attempting so openly to create divisions among the Yorubas, he is approaching the 0 hour of his checkered political career. He is playing with the trigger of a loaded gun, the muzzle of which is pointed ominously toward his own forehead. Can anyone imagine a Yoruba man in Onitsha or Nnewi organizing an Igbo federal union? So what do you see here? Zeke felt uncomfortable with the Yoruba group, Ẹgbẹ́ Ojúdúà. He then decided to pack together some Yoruba people who also have to be lily livered and weak, and with them he created Yoruba Federal Union. So Yoruba people should leave Ẹgbẹ́ Ojúdúà and come and join the one that Zeke created for them in their own land. So when you hear your father was a tribalist in 51, this is the background. So it's the one that will lead us and tell us how to organize ourselves because he's the Messiah of the world. He was an idol to them in the East, by the way, but that doesn't mean he's anything in the West. These are the reasons I don't believe in Zeke of Africa nonsense, and it's nonsense. It's just something to put in front of you while the real work is going on behind the scenes. And the real work is ethnic in color and in nature. By September of 1948, Yoruba-Igbo hostilities had escalated to such an extent, colonial authorities, including Governor Macpherson, feared there was real danger of actual violence between Igbos and Yorubas. These fears were intensified by new radicals from both sides, who have started buying up all the available cutlasses in Lagos in readiness for clashes, and police presence was increased on the streets of the city. In response to alarms raised about mass cutlass purchases, so people were buying cutlasses in Lagos, and then they went to meet Zeke. That guy, people are buying cutlasses around this place. So let me read you what Zeke said. I'm going to read this account. I'll read another account from another book. I'll tell you the book when we get there. This one I'm reading is from Between the Ethnic and the Politics by Remi Adekoya. But let me read to you what Zeke said. It says, in response to alarms raised about mass cutlass purchases by Igbos, Azikiwe declared, listen to what Azikiwe said, 1948, the brandishing of cutlasses and machetes were only for propaganda purposes. It was after he said that they now published the first thing I read in September 8. What the Yoruba people said, so the Yoruba Federal Union was created in between the first and second quarters of 1948. The Yoruba people used daily service to respond in June of 1948. The cutlass issue was in September of 1948. After Zeke said to them that the cutlass was just for propaganda purposes, they then published that henceforth the cry must be one of battle against the Ẹgbẹ́ Ojúdúà, its leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downdale, in the streets of Nigeria and in the residence of its advocates. The Ẹgbẹ́ Ojúdúà is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Saudi Malakija, who was the leader of Ẹgbẹ́ Ojúdúà, until that organization has been dismembered. Guess what happened? People began to attack. This is what Papa now said in his book. He says there were also physical assaults on the persons of the leaders of the Egbe and damage to the houses and other property of some of them. What did you? What does that remind you of?
Burn the place down.
You know when Nnamdi Kanu was telling everybody, burn the place down. That's what Azikiwe also wrote in his book in 1948. Burn down Lagos. Go to Murtala Mohammed Airport. Destroy everything. Destroy everything. I don't want to see anybody going. He was asking them, do you have guns? Do you have guns? Tell me what you have that you heard in 2020 from Nnamdi Azikiwe, from Nnamdi Kanu, similar to what Nnamdi Azikiwe was doing in September of 1948. That's what I'm trying to tell you. History repeats itself, or they are repeating history. And you've got to understand how this happens. And the same place they did it was Lagos.
Was Lagos the city at the time? 2020 was Lagos the city.
Same Lagos. Well, it was Lagos the city at the time. In 2020, it was Lagos the state. Burn everywhere down. We've got to do Guinea Company. That was what's the difference between that and you must destroy everything? All the leaders must crush everything, go to their residences, and they were attacked in their own land as Yoruba people. I hope you begin to understand how there is no way on earth we're going to have a situation where you open your doors to somebody who hates you to come and lead you. Number one, it's even disrespectful. Before you came, was I not leading myself? Who are you? Number two, you are not even part of us. When I say part of us, in other words, for you to assume you are better, your ethnicity is better, means that you are not part of this one. If you are saying you are living in Yoruba land, but you are saying Igbos are better than Yoruba people, but you want to lead Yoruba people, it means that what you are saying is that Yoruba people are inferior in quality, and you're not part of them. If you're not part of us, why would you want to lead us? I said I was going to read another book. Give me a second. I'm going to read from The Second World War and Nigerian Politics by G.O. Olusoya. Give me a second, please. Let me go back just a bit on this matter, but I'm going to go back. Again, the book is called The Second World War and Politics in Nigeria, 1939 to 1953, by Gabriel Olusoya. It says here,
as James Coleman points out, the fact that one of the Egbe's aim was inculcation of the idea.
As James Coleman points out, the fact that one of the Egbe's aim was inculcation of the idea of a single nationalism throughout Yoruba land did not necessarily mean that Yoruba leaders wished to minimize or detract from any movement for Nigerian independence. So they were still involved in the independence and so on and so forth. Let me just go to where we're going here. Okay. It says here, furthermore, Coleman states that the Conference of Yoruba Chiefs and visit of the Alaki of Abeokuta to the United Kingdom as representative of Yoruba Obas and the founding of the Yoruba Literary Society in 1942 were developments leading logically to the formation of a pan-Yoruba cultural organization, and that in any case, most Yoruba leaders have always advocated a federal Nigeria in which cultural diversities would be explicitly recognized. For these reasons, it is difficult to understand why Azikiwe and his Igbo supporters were hostile towards the organization. Azikiwe himself, the president of the Igbo National Union, a similar organization among the Igbos, received the news of the formation of Egbe Modudua with intense hostility. By the way, they are still quoting the same thing from West African Pilots, 8 September 1948. Henceforth, I'm repeating because every book I'm reading, you are seeing the same thing there, so that's why I'm reading it again and again. Henceforth, the cry must be one of battle against the Egbe Modudua, its leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downdale in the streets of Nigeria in the residence of its advocates. It is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Sadio Malakija has been dismembered. Houses of leaders of the Egbe were attacked by NCNC supporters. This led to a press war between the Egbe and the NCNC, culminating in what might have been a great tragedy but for the prompt intervention of the government. In 1948, the Igbos in Lagos, having decided that all personal attacks on Azikiwe would be considered attacks upon the Igbo nation. Let me stop. That phrase is in quotes, by the way. Personal attacks on Azikiwe will be considered attacks upon the Igbo nation. It's the same thing you see. Peter Obi can say whatever he likes. If you say anything about him, you have attacked the Igbo people. Nnamdi Kanu can say whatever he likes. If you say anything about him, you have attacked the Igbo people. Again, this thing is a cultural thing. And that's, and that's why I keep saying that if you rightly position this stuff, then we'll get to really understand what's happening. It's a cultural thing. We'll protect our own, but we can say whatever we like, and you must listen because we're all one Nigeria. But if you want to respond, why would you respond? If you respond to what one person has said, you're insulting all of us. And here's the crazy part: when that one person is speaking, they are supporting him. But if you speak against him, you are insulting them, you are attacking them. This is why I don't care what people say on social media and say, oh, you are a Kiniko. We know how this thing plays. I mean, we know how it plays out. We've seen it. It has happened over and over again, unless you're not learning from history. So let's learn together. Houses of the leaders of the Egbe were attacked by NCNC supporters. This led to a press war between the Egbe and the NCNC. And by the way, NCNC is a party. The Igbos will use the NCNC to push their own agenda against the Yoruba organization in Yoruba land. And so the Yoruba people in NCNC will also join. It's like using LP against Yoruba people. So when you say, who is fighting? It's LP people. Oh. It's not Kuku our ethnicity. It's not. You cannot say it's people now. It's not LP. But in reality, they are being driven by another group, and that group eventually removed their veil when they declared that any attack on Zik will be considered an attack on Igbo people. Let me read that for you. It says here, in 1948, the Igbos in Lagos, having decided that all, quote, personal attacks on Azikiwe would be considered attacks upon the Igbo nation, end of quote, because if a hen were killed, the chickens would be exposed to danger. That's what they said. And so they began to buy cutlasses in preparation for a civil war against the Yorubas, a disaster that was warded off by the timely and prompt intervention of the colonial government. From this time onwards, the hostility between the Igbos and the Yorubas became particularly intense, and attacks and counterattacks became the order of the day. The speeches of the various leaders revealed the intensity of this hostility. A Yoruba leader in a speech during this period stated, "We were bound together by the British who named us Nigeria. We never knew Igbos, but since we came to know them, we have tried to be friendly and neighborly. Then came the arch-devil to sow the seeds of distrust and hatred. We have tolerated enough from a class of Igbos and idle-brained Yorubas who have mortgaged their thinking caps to Azikiwe and hirelings."
Let me ask, does this sound like something happening?
Let me ask, does this sound like something happening on Twitter? You call them idle-brained Yorubas who have mortgaged their thinking caps to Azikiwe. Someone says, so we have always had Yoruba obedience. Well, the obedience now are the newer version. You always had Yoruba bots. When was this? 1948. By the way, there were Igbo people in Yoruba land before Zik came with his Oyinbo of One Africa. That's why if you read, I think I read this here before, the stuff by Chief Adeola Odutola, the Ogbeni Oja, when he said that Zik, he said before Zik brought his new Africa, the Yorubas and Igbos were living together peacefully. He said, but since he brought his new Africa, everything is degenerating. Let us tell him to, he said, tell him to take this new Africa back to America where he brought it from. He said, even if we have to pay his fare, to and fro, we'll pay. Let him take it away. Before he came, the Yorubas and Igbos were good. It's the same thing with the last election. It's not like we had perfect relationship, but I mean, that's why people say things, but I have Igbo friends. You don't understand. It's not about your friends. It's about the culture.
You have a person who wants to run.
Friends. So what happened? You have a person who wants to run, for president, and everything had to be put out there to make sure he wins, including calling everybody that doesn't support him a tribalist. And then you just all the ants coming out of the wood. Everybody just coming out to show exactly who they are.
So as soon as they came out, they came with the same rhetoric of the 1940s.
Right. And so as soon as they came out, they came with the same rhetoric of the 1940s. And if you respond, then you are a bigot. But don't listen to them. I'll read that piece again. A Yoruba leader in a speech during this period stated, you know what, let me read to you, I think I should read the Ogbeni Oja stuff. Shema Iterisha, because of time. I hope I find it early, soon enough. But I'd love to read that to you so that you'll be able to now compare that. How can everybody be having issues with this lot? That was 1940 October. I think I already quoted it anyway, so it's fine.
I'm going to read to you what Zeke said in 1949, just to see how
I'm going to read to you what Zeke said in 1949, just to see how wonderful, and altruistic and non-tribalistic he was. Don't let anybody deceive you in this country. People are running based on what they want, then they will now gaslight you into giving them, whatever. Give me a second, I'm almost there. Good, I found it. Senator Dutola, that's Chief Adelo Dutola, said, this is what he said. It says, this again, I'm reading Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Senator Dutola also spoke. He opines that all the confusion and tribal hates that were then rearing their heads, this was in 1940. I'm just going back to make a point. This was 1940. Senator Dutola also spoke. He opined that all the confusion and tribal hates that were then rearing their heads in the country were the product of Dr. Azikiwe's New Africa. During the days of our old Africa, Chief Dutola remarked, the Igbos and Yorubas lived together as Nigerians. It seems to me, therefore, that the remedy for the present troubles is this. Azikiwe has brought his New Africa from America. He should return it there either by post or by taking it back there personally. If need be, his passage to and fro should be paid by the movement. But mark this, he concluded, unless this Azikiwe's brand of New Africa is done away with, there will be no harmony in this country. That was 1940. Now let me read to you what they said in 1948. We were bunched together by the British, who named us Nigeria. We never knew Igbos, but since we came to know them, we have tried to be friendly and neighborly. Then came the archdevil to sow the seeds of distrust and hatred. We have tolerated enough from a class of Igbos and addle-brained Yorubas who have mortgaged their thinking caps to Azikiwe and hirelings. This, 1948. Now, let me read to you what Zeke said in 1949 to see how he's not a tribalist at all. Zeke gave this speech in 1949 at a conference in Aba. It would appear that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. The martial prowess of the Igbo nation at all stages of human history has enabled them not only to conquer others. Who did they conquer? Anyway, let's just read. Not only to conquer others, but also to adapt themselves to the role of preserver. The Igbo nation cannot shirk its responsibility. Politically, you have been disenfranchised by the British. The Igbo nation has never been represented in the Executive Council. Economically, the Igbo nation has labored under onerous taxation measures without sufficient social amenities to justify the same. We have been taxed without representation. By the way, I said it the other day, they were paying the least taxes. By 28th January 1947, there was a meeting where the Governor General of Nigeria, Arthur Richards, said they were paying the least. Who was here when I said it? If you were not here, just show me your hand. Sorry, just say, if you were here, say yes. If you were not here, say no. If the no's are many, I'll read it to you. Whatever you hear today, you were here. Okay, you were here. Okay, I've seen two people.
So the point is,
okay, you were here. Good. So a number of you were here. That's good. So the point is, this thing that you hear, like, oh, they are using our money. They are using our money to develop your region. Is a lie. You are not here. You're not there. You're not. No. Okay, looks like we have some no's. It's in that document. It won't take us time, so I might just. It's past it already, so we are getting ready to close. When we get to 1951, I'll read to you something from Ganiu Daudu. Let me read to you stuff from Arthur Richards. This was 28th January 1947 at a meeting of the Colonial Affairs Study Group of the Empire Parliamentary Association. This was the Governor and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria. Sir Arthur Richards. And this is what he said. I found that the North, which pays its taxes almost as obediently as people do in England, and which contributes more than any other section of Nigeria to the general revenue, is the part of Nigeria. By the way, I'll tell you how this thing worked, how the taxes worked in the North, and how they were able to get people to do it. They already had a structure, a feudal structure that made it very easy. But let me just read what I wanted to read. The eastern provinces, the part of Nigeria which is most vocal and which clamors and calls for more education and for more of everything, is the part which contributes less than the other two regions to the general revenue, and it is also the part upon which the government has been spending most. 20th January 1947. They were the ones who were the most vocal and clamored for and calls for more education and for more of everything, but it's the part which contributes less than the other two regions. It's not different from what you hear today. If you read Azikwe's speech, he's saying they are paid plenty. We have been taxed without representation, and our contributions in taxes have been used to develop other areas. How can they use your contribution in taxes to develop other areas when you are paying the least and you're getting more and more of everything? It's not different from what you hear from their children today. Oh, there is now money to develop your region. I'm like, which money? Our oil money. Which oil? The entire contribution of the Southeast in terms of oil output in Nigeria is 2.1%. Not 21, no. One state is 0.75, another one 0.2, then the last one 1.2. At best, it was 2.1. The three states, Anambra, Abia, and Imo. And even that Imo state, Egbema said that they are not Igbo. That is the land that they are collecting the oil from. But, I mean, it is what it is. They can discuss that among themselves. But it's 2.1% from the southeast. Edo is 2.3. Edo state alone. Lagos is 2.7%. Edo state produces more than the entire southeast. So how are we using southeast oil money? Edo produces 2.3%. Lagos is about 2.7%. Ondo between 3.8 and 4.3%. And then you have the big guys. Delta, with most of the oil in Ishekiri land. Then you have Bayelsa, Rivers, and Akwa Ibom. But the one that has the least tells you that you are using his oil to develop your land. Like, which oil? But whatever you hear them say now, Azikwe said the same thing in 1949, that they were using their money to develop Nigeria. Meanwhile, they were paying the least and getting more than their fair share. Then it says here, it will appear, this is where we're going. Let's go back to Second World War. It would appear that the God of Africa especially. So you are not a tribalist, but you're the one that wrote. You're the one that wrote news of a football match between two secondary school teams, and you say the Igbos had, how did you call it? They had bronze and exceptionally developed brains. Children that won a match 5-4, not 5-0, but the ones from Onitsha, they had specially developed brains. The ones from St. Gregory's School, they're not very developed. But when they lost to Ibadan, it was because they had muscle pull. Let's go back to the book by G.O. Olusoya. It should appear that the God of Africa especially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. So this reminds us of what we started from. There's a book that we read that they published in 1934. That was Azikwe's first book, Renaissance Africa. We talked about the fact that we are all Africans. There is no Igbo, no Yoruba, no Fanti, no Hausa. All of us are Africa. Well, now he's saying God has specially created the Igbo nation. I thought we're all the same. I thought we said that we're all one Africa. This was before independence, by the way. It gets worse. I mean, it got worse after independence. Let me just tell you that. I mean, spoiler alert. But you're saying here that God has specially created your own ethnic group, even though all of us are supposed to be the same. And he created you specially in order to lead the rest of us.
This was just, by the way, I should say this. This was 1 year.
You know, around this time, this was just, by the way, I should say this. This was 1 year after Israel was established as a nation. I guess somewhere in their mind, they probably be thinking they were Israel of Africa. But God specially created his own group to lead the rest of the continent. But he's supposed to, it doesn't really belong to any ethnicity. It says, I'll read that again, by the way. It should appear that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. The martial prowess of the Igbo nation in all stages of human history has enabled them not only to conquer others. You're using words like they conquer others, they preserved stuff, they conquered. These are the people that will come and tell you today that we've never fought anybody before. Then you mention Arochukwu, then they look for a way to lie. So it says here that the martial prowess, which we don't have any record of in history, because, I mean, if you have martial prowess, you will have heroes. We don't know any heroes. How can you not have any heroes? Oh God. The martial powers of the Igbo nation in all stages of human history has enabled them not only to conquer others. The Igbo nation cannot not only to conquer others. Let me read the second part. I'm reading from another book. Let's finish that thought. Not only to conquer others, but also to adapt themselves to the role of the preserver. The Igbo nation cannot shirk its responsibility. Though the leaders of the two ethnic groups were temporarily reconciled during the Enugu shooting incident, it did not last long. Soon, mutual hostility and suspicion broke out again. It is only against this background of Igbo-Yoruba relations that the formation of the action group can be completely understood. The action group was not responsible for the introduction of ethnic nationalism and disunity into Nigerian politics. Rather, it was partly the product of that rabid ethnic hostility and lack of unity, which was already a feature of Nigerian politics. We're going to get into what happened in 1951 on Friday. But tomorrow we're going to be celebrating 60 years. 60th anniversary, no, that's not the right English. 60th anniversary of the Igbo coup of January 66. In closing, there is no one here who has listened to everything we've read. We've read from about 3-4 books this evening, who will not see parallels between what happened in the 40s and what's happening now. The idea that people are being tribalistic when they speak up on social media today is not new. So you must have heard it. You must have heard it on social media, but it's not new. It has happened before. The sad part for me is not that the Igbos are saying that you are tribalistic for speaking up. Is that there are Yoruba people who want to prove that they are Nigerians or that they are detribalized, and they will throw their people under the bus. Now there is a difference between pushbacks and bigotry. I don't like, cursing people out, as you probably know. Say, oh, your ethnic group is this, is that. But don't giri. And it's important for you to also stand up and say, you know what, this is where it ends, this is where it stops. It does not mean you hate anybody. It just means that you see a pattern playing out and you know where it's going to end. Where it's going to end? It's going to end in a people that will hijack your space, and you will curse yourself for it, and because they will blame you for it. Ever seen that kind of thing before? People will use you, take over what you have, then blame you for allowing them to do so. So you are left just cursing yourself out. What we did today is a quick summary of what happened in the 1940s. The Lagos Press War was a time when things were going back and forth on the pages of newspapers. West African pilot for the Igbos, daily service for the Yoruba people. What happened then is happening on Twitter, on TikTok, on social media right now. People are responding. And for the first time, some people are waking up and like, why is everybody tribalistic? People are not tribalistic, they've just had enough. It took Yoruba elders 10 years, thereabout, from 1938 to 1948 to be able to speak back. It has taken us longer, right? And I think that it's important for us to speak up so that we don't have a single narrative. Somebody said something earlier and it's very true. If you go on social media, not even social media, if you go on the internet and you ask certain questions, even when you go to this AI, this is why I'm very careful with AI. I mean, AI is important because I use it. It helps in your study. But you can't trust AI. AI has to be politically correct. And there's certain narratives that have been drilled. I mean, I've had to argue with Grok more than, many times on X. I'll be citing the books. Oh, okay. Grok, the almighty. That's why when people say Grok said, I'm like, okay. It can be right, but it can be wrong. The point is that most of what you are getting is what has been fed into it. Of course, is garbage in, garbage out, but it's trained to be politically correct. The certain things doesn't even get into until if you know what it is, you can then tell it, then it recognizes it, and then it adjusts itself, which is what happens for the most part when I have interesting conversations with Grok. What I'm saying basically is this: the digital footprint all over the place, and it's about victimhood, about the fact that they're marginalized, that Yoruba people are tribalistic and all that nonsense. But the reality is what we are reading. And there are more books, by the way. I just picked a few tonight. So Yoruba people, stand up for your place. A person cannot determine who becomes leader in Yoruba land, who is not Yoruba. Especially those who hate the gods of Yoruba people. Not in their land though, in Yoruba land. And if you don't have what's happening on social media, become king in Yoruba land. Who is on Yoruba people? Forget the Obi of Onitsha. They want to become king, the Oba of the place. How do I know? Why on earth would you say indigenous bill should pass? That once you have lived in a place for 10 years, you should become an indigenous of that place. What do you think is going to happen? If I become not citizen, no. If I become an indigenous of your town by legislation, why would you come and tell me that you want to have a king by tradition? What tradition? We have to use constitution to determine who becomes king. We have to vote. We have to have a town hall meeting to pick the king. Who cares about your tradition? I'm an indigene just like you. Forget that my name is Chukwemeka and your name is Adebayo. We are all here together. We own this place together. That's the point of the indigenous bill now.
No place in the world.
Why are we against it? To protect. No place in the world would you find a person goes to another person's ancestral home and tells the person wants to become an indigene of the place. Not even in the America where you say, oh, it was a settlers colony, they conquered people. They still respect Native Americans. Canada still respects the First Nation. There's a way you treat indigenous people, but no. One group in Nigeria, the same group, will go to National Assembly and say, we want to have indigenous status after living in a place for 10 years. Where is this coming from? It's coming from the past. It's a culture that has been ingrained into people. It's their belief system. They have a right to everywhere in Nigeria because we're all Nigeria. And the reason is because of lack and scarcity. It's not because of unity. And I've said this several times. I'm rounding up right now. Nigeria does not really have a unity problem. The conversation about Nigeria is not about unity. We should be talking about sincerity.
The reason you are shouting unity is because of scarcity.
Sincerity, not unity, sincerity. The reason you are shouting unity is because of scarcity. You don't have certain things. I have it. You want to take advantage of it. And the best way for you to take advantage of it is for you to have the same rights in my land as you. As me. I want to have the same rights in my land as myself. And so when we said no indigenous rights for anybody, start hearing people, you guys are too tribalistic. It's a lie. It's not about tribalism. It's about self-preservation. Preserve your space. Nigeria is not a nation. It's a country of many nations. It will not become a nation. And I'm not cursing. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a country of many different identities living together. And we're not the only ones that are like this. It's just that all of us on the continent somehow, maybe we loaned our brains when the colonial masters, I don't even like calling them masters, when the colonialists returned, maybe they took part of our brains with them. Because there's no way on earth you can justify the ridiculous structure you have all over Africa. I've said this before on an audio stuff. I want to say it on video now. There's no single African country that intentionally determined its own borders. Not one. We have 54 African countries. Not one of all the countries determine its own borders. And yet you carry the country as if it's your life. You are living in structures that are dysfunctional by nature. You were not created to thrive. You were set up to fail. And that's why people say things like, oh, Nigeria is not working. It was not designed to work. People make it look as if there's a plan for it to work. Is that not? This is functioning by design. This is the design. You can cry. You can say you have been to Manchester. I've been to this. Why can we not do it? It's not about the things you are seeing. It's about the structure that makes those things happen. The systems. We don't have the systems. We have to force ourselves to say we are united. We are one Nigeria. So you can come to my house and take whatever you want. And I have to keep my mouth shut, not to prove to you that I'm not tribalistic. You are dumb. I don't have to prove anything to anybody. If you think I'm tribalistic, that's your cup of tea. And if you have to think I'm tribalistic based on what I'm saying, it means you're actually a thief. Because you must be content with what God has given you, even if all you have in your life is land. No sea, no water, nothing, just land. Be content. What does Singapore have? Have you studied Singapore? Please try and study Singapore. What does Singapore have? The only thing Singapore has is water. The location of Singapore, that's all it has. That is all Singapore has. Go and study Singapore. It's just perfect. Well, it's perfect because we see what they have done with it. They could have been in that same place and not make anything out of it. They know, or they knew at the time, the founding fathers, Lee Kuan Yew and the rest of them, that they had to take advantage of their location. And they used it to the best of their ability. Singapore is what it is today. But no, who will be here be speaking English? We have people saying that, oh, we own what is in your land together. What is in your own land? Excuse me, Yoruba man, there's no place in Nigeria that doesn't have a solid mineral. Not one state. Some have 2, some have 5. There are some states in Nigeria that have up to 10 solid minerals. Why can't we have conversations about resource control? Why can't we have conversations about autonomy? Why must we always be shouting unite, unite, unite? Unite to do what? Am I against unity? No. But it's just this nice sounding nothing. Like it doesn't mean anything. But it makes you feel good. Like I'm talking about unity. I read one article the other day and I was actually quite sad. Reading from that person, talking about Rwanda. Nigeria can learn from Rwanda. To do what? Oh, you know, you have the Hutus and Tutsis, we should remove ethnicity. Why? Why do Africans think like this? Did they remove ethnicity in the UK? Is a Scotsman the same thing as the Irishman? Does it tell the Welshman what the Welsh what to speak? If the Welsh is not speaking English language, does it tell the Welsh that the Welsh is tribalistic? Like the bunch of retards who go around saying that they go to Yoruba land, but they're always speaking Yoruba land. What are we supposed to be Yoruba language? What are we supposed to be speaking Yoruba land? Say, I went to Lagos, everybody just speaking Yoruba language. What did you expect? Somebody has said the same thing about Ibadan. They're always speaking Yoruba. What did you expect? I went to Onitsha. I went to Owerri. They speak Igbo. What am I supposed to expect? They are supposed to speak Igbo. I'm the one who will speak Pidgin to them. If I don't understand what they are saying, then they will respond to me. They will respond, and that means that we are communicating. But it's their land. I have no right to go there and say, why are you all speaking Igbo like this? Are you not one Nigeria? Can you not just make me feel welcome? That what happened? Because of what? This sense of entitlement that makes people just go around just acting like absolute buffoons. Tell people that you are speaking Yoruba language in Yoruba land and you are shocked. You know, you'll be shocked very well with electricity because it doesn't make sense. We see this thing. I saw educated people on social media saying the first thing that Nigeria needs to do, we need to remove ethnic identity. We must say that we are all Nigerians, and that must be enough. That's because you don't even understand what it means to have a nation, and that you already have one. And this is one of the things we're trying to do here, and putting out content to help us appreciate our national heritage. Nigeria has no heritage. There's no national heritage. There's no national identity. There's no national language. You go to England, they speak English. You go to Scotland, they speak Gaelic. People have the languages that they speak in their own spaces. You go to, I was saying something on audio the other time that if you go to Canada, for instance, and you want to do something in, say, Quebec, and you hear that your sign, that's your signpost, must be in French. And if your signpost is not in French, you're going to pay a fine. Okay? And if you're giving receipts, I saw a video of this. It's actually quite interesting, right? Your menu must be in French. If it's not in French, you pay a fine. Do you tell the person in Quebec that's a tribalist? Why can't you just do English? Are we not one? Who cares about your oneness if you cannot respect my identity, my uniqueness? I don't care for your unity if you cannot care for my own uniqueness. I want French here, period. You have a problem with it, go back to Alberta. We think we are talking unity in Nigeria. We're not talking unity. We are enjoying dysfunction and speaking English. Let's unite, let's unite, let's unite, let's unite. No, you have to build a country based on clear differences, not forced unity. We are different, so you build around that. When you are building, you are thinking about that. Why is it that in the flats that they built in the housing units they built in Singapore, the government had to say, this is how we're going to be structuring it. This is the percentage of Chinese that can live in this structure. This is the percentage of Malays and Indians. And then once you go beyond that, you go to another place. Why did they think like that? They knew they were different. They created a structure that allows, even though they wanted unity, they have to recognize the differences. We just have these fantastic ideas that make no sense. We are united. And I asked a question the last time on audio that when you look at the UK, the question isn't about unity. And the example I always give is that of football teams. If you go to World Cup and you don't see a British football team in the World Cup, does that tell you that the UK is not united? If I have a conversation here with some people in Nigeria and I say things like, there should be a Yoruba team, an Igbo team, Hausa team, TV team, what do you think they will say? You don't like unity. What's wrong with us? World Cup, there's no British team. There's Scotland, there's Northern Ireland, there's Wales, and there's England. The four of them go as separate nations to the World Cup. It's only when you want to go for Olympics that you have Great Britain. You have Britain like representative British team and all of those. The only Olympics, they bring them together. You say, oh, if we have that, it will be many. Before the British came, were we together? And by the way, this concept of one Africa, there was never a one Africa. There was never one place called all of us are one Africa. Is not true. Oh, the British came and they scattered us. Not like that. What the British did was to scatter ethnicities and unite them with foreign people. Just because we are one continent does not mean that we are. I mean, it's not us kinfolk that are kinfolk. Just because we look alike or we have the same kidney doesn't mean we are the same. The Chinese doesn't tell the Japanese they are brothers. Were they not colonized by the Japanese? Do you hear Chinese saying, Japanese is my brother, because we quote unquote look alike? We say some stupid things in Africa, and this is what we're not growing. Oh, he's my brother. For what? Because I'm black. Do you see the Irish telling the English that they are brothers because they are neighbors? Why are we like this? That can never work in reality. You are different. The Yoruba people knew they were different from the Kanuri and the Hausa, but we had dealings for centuries before the British. The Yoruba people could travel as far as Mali to trade. Long before, and this is true, before the Angles and Saxons got to England, present-day England, while the Britons were still living in what became Mercia, Yoruba people were already traveling to Mali to trade. So when you see folks from the Germanic tribes getting into what is now England, we were also moving. We're not inferior groups just sitting down in one place and waiting for you to come and teach us wisdom. We were also having international trade. When they fought, we also fought. We had our own wars. They developed their own structure. We developed our own. They had their own political structure. We created our own as well. And I'm not going to leave all of those things and be shouting, oh, we are Nigeria, we are not this, we are the same. We are not the same.
There's nothing on this
And that's not a problem.
that will make you tell a Scotsman that is English.
There's nothing on this earth that will make you tell a Scotsman that is English. Have you ever seen them when they get angry, when you misidentify them, especially when you call them English?
They have the same currency.
Because they're not. But in the UK together. And they have the same currency, but Scotland has its own design. Northern Ireland has a different design as well. They have different parliaments. They have some form of autonomy. That's the kind of conversation we should be having as a people. In other words, I'm not saying break up Nigeria, but I'm saying as it is, don't conduct yourself like you're one village. You're literally, this country called Nigeria has more ethnicities than the continent of Africa, continent of Europe.
I've said it before, but sometimes it's important to repeat these things.
Nigeria, I've said it before, but sometimes it's important to repeat these things. Nigeria has more ethnicities than Europe. How can you now run that country like Qatar?
If you see Norway, if you see Sweden, how many ethnic groups are in Sweden?
And be bringing stupid examples. If you see Norway, if you see Sweden, how many ethnic groups are in Sweden?
English is the second one. The same for Norway.
They speak one language, for crying out loud. English is the second one. The same for Norway, for Denmark, for Iceland, for Finland. These are ethnic nations. Europe, if there's any continent on this earth that understand ethnic identities, it's Europe. They would rather have a country of 1 million people than to be shouting we are united. Luxembourg no reach my local government. I'm not from Alimosho. I'm from Osun State. I'm from Ile-Ife. Alimosho local government has more people than Luxembourg.
Thank you very much,
Or you will be busy shouting, let's unite. Thank you very much, Lola. We must unite, Unite to do what? So, all of that to say that when people shout unite, they are not saying it because they are altruistic. For the most part, they're trying to take advantage of what you have and what they don't possess. So they say that as a cover, they want to take advantage of it. But we've got to say, let's restructure this thing. Let's have ethno-linguistic states. What I'm saying right now has been said for years. If people had done this since the 1940s and 1960s, especially after independence, maybe would have been, not even maybe, would have been better than this. You know why? Some groups will be doing very well, like we were doing, the Western region. Other groups will see them and begin to try to be like them. In other words, they will be inspired to do well. Like what happened between Singapore and Malaysia. These examples are all over the world. You see what one was doing, you have to also do. Kuala Lumpur is just one place. How can it not be better than Singapore? Let's do this. Everybody's trying to, you want to prove a point, so everybody develops. Okay, who are you going to prove a point to in Nigeria? We are united, we are united. Again, I'm not saying let us break or one division. It's not about division, it's about delineation. These people are different, they want to structure themselves this way, let them do so. And don't move into people's spaces thinking that because you are one Nigeria, you can determine how they run their space. I don't want to determine how you run your space. I'm not going to go to Igbo and tell them how to do things. Unless they call me as a consultant, which they will pay for. I don't want you to come to my place and tell me how to do things. We have different cultures, different cultural values. We have different value systems. One clown on X was saying, oh, we are phenotypically and genotypically the same. I say, how? Just because we look alike means that we have the same genes. Are you joking? The Yoruba people don't have the same genes as folks in the East. And it's not a problem. Do you have the same genes as Americans? Do you have the same genes as Kenyans? Do you have the same genes as Ghanaians? Let me tell you something. When it comes to relationship based on genes and DNA, my relatives are in Benin Republic and Togo, not in the Southeast. It's the truth. They are Ife people in Togo today. That's what they call themselves, Ife. They are Togolese. They are Yoruba people in Benin Republic, in parts of Ghana, in Sierra Leone, in Gambia. Those ones are the ones that actually have my DNA in terms of genetic identity, whatever they call it. So this idea that because we're all in the same country, we must form a new identity is nonsense. We don't have the same value system. I'm going this way, you're going that way. So what we do is this: go this way in your place, I'll go this way in my place. We want to do something together, we'll go this way. based on what we want to accomplish together. That's how every society that has that is multi-ethnic, that's how they govern themselves. Now only Africa, they tell you, say you must unite. And none of us, give me one country in Africa that's first world. Not one. What's wrong? There's a book that Pastor Matthew wrote back in the day. What's wrong with being black? Excuse me. It's a fantastic book, but it's a very interesting question. You should read the book, by the way. It's quite nice. What's wrong with being black? How can everybody be doing this and you're looking at yourself? What? Okay, say, okay, maybe the whites are too high for some people. What makes China better than you? What makes Singapore better than you? Malaysia, South Korea, what makes them better? Anyway, all my long-term cheat today is to say that, number one, don't let anybody blackmail you into all this oneness nonsense because they want to actually take over what you have, and then when you say no, they say you're a tribalist. You're not a tribalist, you just have sense. Protect your space. And this goes to everybody. I'm not just saying that your Bible should, and this is not about hate. If you're a parent here, you understand this. You protect your household. When you want to sleep at night, what do? You lock the door. Do you hate the people outside?
Because you hate your neighbors. You lock your doors at night because you love.
You don't lock your door at night because you hate your neighbors. You lock your doors at night because you love your family.
It's an estate.
Nigeria is not a house. It's an estate.
This country is an estate.
With many houses.
With many houses. And there are different types of buildings.
This country is an estate. With many houses. And there are different types of buildings here. There are skyscrapers, and there are bungalows, and there are duplexes, there are condominiums. There are all kinds of buildings here. When I lock my door and you call me, oh, you are a hater, I'm like, are you homeless? If you are homeless, we have a plan for you. But you're not the one that will determine how I live in my house. Lock your doors. Does that mean you should not help the homeless? You can, if you like, can create a room for the person. But you know the point, when the homeless then comes into your room and start telling you, I want the master bedroom, that's when you know that I don't want this room you gave me because are you not one under God? Why are you sleeping in your master bedroom? You and your wife just have this AC, everything. Now keep me. There's AC there, but it's not as big as your own now. Why can't I have the access to your own big room too? Are we not one Nigeria? That's when I know that. So Nigeria is an estate. Lock your doors. Be good to your neighbors, but lock your doors. Help the needy, but lock your doors. Because just because your neighbor does not mean he's not a thief. If he wears mask, you won't even know that he's the one. So lock your doors. God bless you. And if you hear me say Yoruba team, don't come and tribalist for us. We should be thinking like ethnic nations. Yoruba is not a tribe. It's an ethnicity. So I'll end by saying this. Somebody put an advert. I mean, there's a company, I don't want to mention them. They put an advert on social media, and they said, different tribes, one nation. Kiniko Kenko just wrote it. So me, I quoted it and I wrote, it's actually different nations, one country. We have to remove this thing from our head. Tribe. If you are looking for a tribe in Yoruba land, there are tribes within Yoruba nation, but Yoruba is not a tribe. Do you know how big this ethnic nationality is? They are bigger than most nations in Europe. And those people are not smarter than us. So let's begin to think of the practical way of building society, not be shouting, let us unite. And the ones who shouted, let us unite back in the day, they always did it in the West. I will mention something. Papa said something in this book. He said, I'll read that and then we'll close.
So this was after Azikiwe had called for.
He said, it was absolutely, so this was after Azikiwe had called for harm to be done to Yoruba people. Right? He said, henceforth, I read it before, but it's important to read again. Henceforth, the cry must be one of battle against the Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ its leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downdale, in the streets of Nigeria and in the residence of its advocates. The Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Sade Malakija has been dismembered.
Yoruba leaders were attacked in their homes.
After they called for violence, Yoruba leaders were attacked in their homes, physical assaults on their persons, damage to the houses and other property of some of them. And this is what Awo said. It was absolutely impossible on nationalist grounds, considering the fact that these were nationalists, right? I see what you're writing, Ademola Moba. I see you, but I'll address it soon, please. It was absolutely impossible on nationalist grounds to reconcile Dr. Azikiwe's insensate hostility to the Egbe with his presidentship of the Igbo Federal Union. So it was the president of the Igbo Federal Union, but it was against the fact that Yoruba people had Egbe Mojudua in Yoruba land. Go figure the audacity. To the point where he now went to organize Yoruba Federal Union for Yoruba people, with Yoruba people that he liked in Yoruba land. I think by indigenous status now. Where were we? It was absolutely impossible on nationalist grounds to reconcile Dr. Azikiwe's insensate hostility to the Egbe with his presidentship of the Igbo Federal Union. And this is where I'm going. His obvious condonation of the existence of a similar organization founded in the Northern region in May 1948 and called Jamiya Mutanenarewa, Northern People's Congress. In other words, he would never in his life dream of saying the same nonsense he said in Yoruba land in the north. And this is where I'm going to end. He will not say it against the northerners. The same thing that's happening right now. Let any of these clowns go to Sokoto and tell them how to run Sokoto. Go to Kaduna. That audacity, somebody has to cut that, the chip that is on people, cut it down or cut you to size. Like you are not all that. Just be moving as if you are not all that. You don't even know what you're doing. Elections coming next year. Remember these things. And yes, if you like, say you are trying to say, yes, it's because of election. No love for the land. Hate everybody with a passion. Looking for a way to become the Oga of everybody, then vote them in because you want to prove to them that you are in Nigeria. Are we serious? So, love everybody, but protect your home. Lock the door at night. God bless you. All right, let's have a couple of people. It's 8:40, so we have about, I'm already 40 minutes late. But we started a bit late, to be honest. So we're going to do the next 15 minutes and we'll have the anthems and call it a day. Thank you very much for listening. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless every part of the country. But as a citizen of Nigeria, think of the best things for this country. Take advantage of the opportunities available. Stop demarketing the country in the name of you're being realistic. You're not really very smart, including the one who said that Nigeria should not be working with PR agencies in the US. It just doesn't make sense. Other thing, if you're an indigenous of a place, lock your doors. Love everybody in your country. Protect your space, and don't experience yourself to anybody. Thank you very much. God bless you. Army. Let's bring some people up very quickly. Please make it brief. As soon as you get up, please mute, then we'll have your submission. We already have many people, so please let's just listen to them. Thank you very much. Thank you. So please mute, and then we'll call on you one by one. So let's have a Robodo go first, then we'll have Concilium and Tutu. Good evening, Robodo.
Hey, good evening, my brother. So, yeah. So I think that if we interrogate some things, the extreme stupidity of how Nigeria is currently structured and why we are having all the problems we're having, would likely become obvious. So, for example, those who say, "Oh, we are one," or who are always crying, "Oh, let's be united, unity, and all that." For me, I probably, my.
Sorry, is the noise from your is the noise from your side? There's noisy background. Is that you? I just want to be sure. Is that you?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, it is. My family are watching a religious program. Sorry, hold on.
No, it's
hold
fine.
on a second.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just want to be sure that it's not someone else unmuted. In fact, this is better. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So, for me, I might want to ask, such people like, okay, so what exactly they mean by we're one? Because, look, okay, I'll probably say, look, I don't understand what you mean by we're one. So what does we're one mean? So you tell me like one could probably pick, whatever they're saying, pick those things apart with, like real world examples. Because when they say those things, like those who say, oh, Rwanda, Hutu, Tutsi, oh, we're just Rwandans, and we should just be Nigerians. I tell people that those people don't know what they're saying. So when they say you're Yoruba, it's not just a label. It's not like something you could just drop. It's your way of life. So when somebody says you're Yoruba and they say somebody else is Hausa, it's immediately obvious to people that these two people come from very different ways of life. How they do things, it's different from how these other people do things. It's about, how people actually live every day, or what's acceptable in the society, what's, taboo in this other one. If we actually come to that, realization that, look, where one does not mean anything, it doesn't make sense, we would probably realize why we need to dismantle this. Yeah, we'll probably realize why we need to dismantle this structure. I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that submission. I really do appreciate it. Let's go to Concilium. Good evening, Concilium Proventus.
Concilium, are you there?
Mr. Rattensi. Concilium, are you there? Oh dear.
Hey, Baba Ẹkáàbọ.
Ẹkáàbọ, Shewa.
So the issue I think is that these folks, I don't really understand. Well, I understand what their agenda is, but they're actually doing a bang-up job on the few Yorubas that are buying into their agenda, because they want to whittle down our self-respect to the point that, okay, you will now say, oh yes, okay, it's their turn to be president now. No, it's not going to happen. Like I was telling that fellow that keeps mentioning me, on the comments, Flower. How do you get into power as an Igbo race? You need to make concessions, and you need to stop insulting people, trying to humiliate them, trying to beat everybody. No, it's our turn. No, it's not your turn. You have to do what everybody else does. Build alliances. Do what every normal person, nobody's going to hand it to you on a platter of gold. It's not going to happen. Not in this lifetime. We are not going to, Yorubas, you never see us anywhere where they tell, okay, it's their turn, let us give it to them. I say it now, we will not agree to it. Nobody's going to agree to it, because that's when they will start insulting us. Because I still remember when Jonathan was in power. A lot of these guys were going around insulting the hell out of everybody. I was looking at them like, who are these people? Melanie. Then the elections came in 2015, and we realized that, we all saw it. They are very rude, extremely rude. Especially this Flower boy that's talking right now. Is the quintessential people guy. They don't know, they are rude, and they think that it's normal. They don't think anything of it. And they get away with it because we come from a culture of, let us give them their respect. Let us give them their respect. Meanwhile, they don't respect anybody. Nobody whatsoever. They don't respect anybody. Only when they get to Lagos do they get along. In their hometowns, they don't get along. They're fucking evil. All of them. To a man. They don't like themselves like that. We know you now. All your fucking villages are empty. Sorry, excuse my French. All your villages are empty because you don't like yourselves like that. We are not saying that you cannot come and live here, but you must live in the nation and you must respect us. If you want to build alliances with us, we are willing and open to it, but you will not do it by insulting us. And I don't understand this concept of trying to get people's support by insulting them. What exactly is the point? How do you get my respect by insulting me?
They don't want your respect. They want your vote. They want you to give, because the idea basically is to make you feel bad.
Yes.
Make you feel less. They make you feel bad for not giving to the person what they want you to give them. So in you feeling bad, you now give it.
Yes, I don't understand people that just woke up yesterday. That start telling everybody that people have They're better than them. How? Where? What about the Shelley?
This is what. Let's wrap up.
I'm sorry to say it. You don't have a history. You're a fucking monkey race. You are still jumping on trees 200 years ago.
Consider. Thank you.
It's just annoying. It's absolutely annoying the way they talk. I'm on my saw.
Thank you.
That's my breed. Sorry about the language.
No, it's okay. SEO, thank you. Oguntoye wrote something in the comment section. It's very true, and I think that's what I should have said because you said it brilliantly. You worded it better. You said, she's like saying they don't want your respect, they want your submission, and that's true. What else would I want if I say to you that God has specially created my nation in this space and has created us to lead you? I want your submission. And not only did he say it to his people, he published it in his own paper. So you could read it. Like, this is a master race. They want your submission. But that's not going to happen, by the way. Like, hopefully we can also get this to the young people, right? We need the young people to understand that, listen, be friends with everybody. Like I always say, and it's true, it's actually intentional, it's my reality. Love everybody. There's no hate. There's nothing to hate. But you are not better than me. Listen, there's no human being on this earth, white, green, yellow, purple, I don't care where you're from, that's better than me. Not one. Not one. But everybody deserves my respect. I can learn from everybody. I can learn from a baby, I can learn from a child, but I don't go with that inferiority complex of, oh, that person is better. You can be better at something, but you're not inherently better than me. Like, that is just nonsense. And Flower says, I honestly think we love each other. I don't even care if you love me. That's the truth. I don't care. I'm happy to love you, but I'm also happy to love myself more. Jesus said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And then Paul said, do good to everyone, especially those who are of the household of faith. You have a duty to your own. You can't be good. You are good to outsiders, but you're not good to folks at home. You open your doors and allow anybody to take whatever. And here's the crazy part, and I should mention this before the next speaker. The person who is teaching you unity in Nigeria, there's no unity back at home. He has two things going for him at home, or not going for him, depending on how you say it. It's a classist thing, where depending on where you're from, it determines where you are on the ladder. That's one. The second one is there's a caste system, where some people are forever condemned to be on a particular rung of the ladder. That's the person telling you about why you must unite, though. There are people who cannot go beyond a particular point in their lives generationally. They will always be at that level forever. In his place. Thank you for the gift, Oguntoye. That's the person that's not telling you that you must unite with them and that they want to teach you what unity is. Bro, you're not united at home. Every ethnicity has its own issues. Your own case is a bit different. Like, people are saying, who is more of this ethnic group than... So I can say, for instance, I'm Ife. I'm not more Yoruba than an Oyo man or an Igwesa man or an Ekiti man. We're all Yoruba. Have we ever had bickerings amongst ourselves? Of course, it's human. You see it in every culture. You see it among the Greeks. You see it you see it in England, right? You see it in the UK even now. You see it all over the world. But you don't have this thing where within your own group, you're not creating a system where I'm more Yoruba than the other person. Flower says that's your personal reason. I know Ijebu men who feel more Yoruba than others. What you just said right now, you know the funny thing, there's a time you could have mentioned, even that, the Ijebu thing you said is wrong. The time you could have mentioned is the one who used to say, and I won't even tell you, is even recent. It's what's happening right now. And it's not about the people, it's about their king, who's also being called to size by other kings in Yoruba land. See, that's what you do when you have advanced civilization. You know that people can mess up, but you put them straight, set them straight. But don't worry, you get there. Let's see what happens in the next, I don't know. This is well. Let's go to Adekomi. Good evening, Adekomi. So it's like you have your no. So 1 second. So, no. Flower. It's not like I have mine. Don't compare. There's no basis for comparison. If you want to compare yourself, look for other people. I shouldn't have said what you said though. Let me tell you something. 2025. There was a study. 1 second.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mumbo. There was a study carried out in Ife, and they found wheat and cotton from the 11th century AD. And according to the researchers, it suggested that there was a clothing industry in that part of the world way back. Ajayi Crowther traveled to your space in 1857. There wasn't much of clothing, let alone an industry. Stop this comparison. It makes me feel insulted. Just talk about your story. God understands your pains, but stop this ridiculous comparison. You wouldn't compare yourself with an English person. I would compare myself with an English person if I had to, but I don't even do it because it's unnecessary. Stop this thing of like you, like me. You are like, no, don't do that. Don't. But no, that's disrespectful. We're not on the same. I mean, it's fine, but we are good. We are Nigerian, but don't be doing. Don't, please. And that's me being very respectful, of course. Jeez, man. God bless you. Adekomi, please go on.
Yes, sir. Ẹkáàlẹ́, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, sir. First of all, before I make my submission, I just want to correct a consortium for something. He said that if you want us to go into alliance politically or something, like if you want us, we don't go into alliance with people that don't know their history. We don't go into alliance with people that.
No, you go into alliance or it's politics, so.
We don't.
It's politics, so you have to go. No, you go into alliance.
We don't go into alliance. We don't go into alliance with people that sell fake drugs, fake baby food. We don't go into alliance with people that they will say today they are from Israel, tomorrow they are from Emery Gomonka, tomorrow they are from they know the one that you ruled Europe. We go into alliance with people, so that know how to preserve their space, and so thank you very much, sir. So let me make my submission. You see, these guys don't know how to build a nation. They've never built a working system, and they can never build one. I don't see reason why you will be clamoring for unity in another man's space, and then whereas back at home there's no unity. And they saw these things, they saw it, and they were smart enough, let me put it that way, to plan ahead, through their unitary system, whatever, and then demolished the federal structure through Irancy, NCNC sold it to him, and what have you. But of the truth, we are different sets of people. In fact, World Cup 1966 World Cup, history makes us to know that England hosted the World Cup, not Britain. And then England won that World Cup, not even UK, not Britain. I watch football. I'm a Chelsea fan. I've never heard of British Premier League before. It is always English Premier League. So as for you to know how distinct these guys are. And even the Olympics, why they go as Britain to Olympics it was an anomaly, and that it was on the part of the International Olympic Committee or something like that. And why they've not corrected it, I don't know. But look at other tournaments like the World Cup, even the UEFA Champions League. Chelsea represents England, the first four from England. Man U represents England. Manchester City represents England, not Britain. that like is not just only in sport but in different areas, to tell you if Nigeria is to engage any of these UK countries now, UK nations, we engage them as Nigeria versus Scotland, Brazil versus England, to tell you how distinct they are. Yeah, so we are not the same set of people. Just like I said, they saw this, and I will keep saying, if not for the unitary system they brought in through their, NCNC agenda that they sold to Iransi, I'm telling you right now, a part of Nigeria will be like an El Dorado, and a part of Nigeria will be like the Southeast. That's just the way it would be. But, just for everybody to be. But I thank God we are gradually heading back towards this thing. If you guys know you have a structure, you have a working system, you have a value system in your space, use your value system to govern your space and let it work for you. If it can't work for you, you are free to learn from other people. But don't go into other people's space and tell them we are one Nigeria, we are one this, and then, it doesn't work that way. And I've made my submission. Egmo, hope we are prepared for tomorrow, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Yes, we are prepared for tomorrow. Tomorrow is 60th anniversary of January 15. Cool. And we're going to have a fantastic session. But I want to just read some things here about what you mentioned. And it's true. When it comes to football, there is no British Premier League. There is an English Premier League. And it's just so interesting that we can't even think of that kind of thing in Nigeria. We have a Nigerian Premier League. And it's a bit odd for many of us to even consider a Hausa Premier League. I mean, weren't we the ones who were saying, why should you have Yoruba? And you say, can't you just have one Nollywood? Why? India has about 19. Why? Because they have different languages. There's Gollywood, there's Tamilwood. If you go to Tamil, you call it Tamilwood. There's all kinds of woods. They understand uniqueness and identity. We just are confused. Absolutely no sense. I just want to quickly read something to you that I didn't say earlier, but what you said triggered it, so I'm going to quickly say it. The reason the United Kingdom goes as one team to the Olympics is because the Olympics recognizes sovereign states. So it's one team per sovereign state, right? And Nigeria is a sovereign state, so we should be going to the Olympics as sovereign, as one. But the reason they allow 4 teams to represent what you call UK now is because they were existing before the Football Federation was created. The teams in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland were existing before the formation of FIFA. There's a date I want to quickly mention here. It's 1904. FIFA was formed in 1904, but England already has its own FA in 1863. Excuse me. England has its own FA in 1863, Scottish FA 1873, Welsh FA 1876, and Irish FA 1880. And so they were already existing before FIFA was created in 19. Them to remain as 4 separate nations. We may not have that in World Cup going anymore, but even within ourselves, the way we like EPL, we shout, oh, Chelsea and Man U, it's EPL. Maybe we should start thinking like that. By the way, I'm thinking like that. There's something's going to come out of it very soon. And I think people should be thinking about things like that. It's about the people in that nation. The UK is a sovereign state. England is a nation within that state. And within England, there are different people groups. England, you go across England and you hear different dialects of the same English language. You have the Manchurian, you have Mancunian, the Mancunian, the Liverpoolian, you hear Cockney. The different groups have different ways of expressing whatever they want to say. When you go north and you go south. The point is, even in that England concept, it's just like Yoruba people. England is that Yoruba, and within them you have folks in Liverpool and folks in Manchester. The same way you have Ijebu and you have Ijesha, and then you have different groups. So instead of becoming we must unite. Within yourself, God said, we are not creating stuff that actually shows that you're a nation, which is what we should be doing as Yoruba people, by the way. But thank you very much for that submission. Our final speaker will be User, and then we'll have the anthems and call it a day. Hello, user. Good evening. I don't think he's going to speak, by the way, because this person has come up before and they didn't speak. So thank you very much for helping me end the live early. All right, it's been a fantastic session today. I hear Nigeria-Morocco match is on, so we're going to go watch and cheer for the team. MJ says, please like the video by double tapping your screen. MJ has done fantastic work for us being a moderator on YouTube, and I want to really thank you. I wish I could see your name so I could call you by your name, but thank you very much for your support and for being, our YouTube moderator. White Kubo says, so I'm just going to read some of the comments that will call it, that will have the anthems. White Kubo says, there's no Yoruba town that Ijebu does not marry from. Many Igbo don't marry Osu, even Yoruba marry Osu Igbos, which is why Yoruba people should start using their brains, especially our men. You can marry anything. Igbos know how to conduct themselves amongst themselves. They do thorough research before they decide on who to marry. We just marry. Especially outside Yoruba land. You do your own research too. Some people you should not marry, not because God has not covered them, but because society will punish you and your children. And by the way, they do that, they don't marry certain castes in their region, but they teach you about unity and oneness. It's quite interesting the way Nigeria works, isn't it? All right. Your mind says we'll continue to shine the light of the truth to everyone, and one day their eyes of understanding will be open. Amen. That sounds like Ephesians 1 verse 18. Your Bible scholar, huh? We should cut some of our Yorubas currently shackled with false narratives some slacks. They'll be enlightened, just as I have seen the light and superior understanding. Amen. God will bless us. So God will bless us. God will bless Nigeria. God will bless every ethnicity in Nigeria. And hopefully we'll get to understand these things. We need to develop. We need to develop. And it has to do with our structure. No, it's Ephesians 1, not 4. Ephesians 1 verse 18. It says, I pray that the eyes of your understanding be enlightened, that you may be flooded, that your eyes may be flooded with light. That's a Message translation. I say that your eyes of understanding I pray that your eyes of understanding be enlightened, that you may know what is the hope of his calling and what is the inheritance among the saints. Something like that. So that's Ephesians 1:18. All right. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. If you've liked, tapped, shared on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Twitter, on Twitch, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for everything you do. Every tap, every like, every share helps the live. So thank you very much for your support. To those who gave us gifts, thank you very much for your generosity. If you'd like to support this live, please reach out to me at Pursue Yoris on Telegram. Very soon, we're going to start our Radio Republica game show. We're going to start it again. We're trying to put some things in place to make sure that once we start, we're not stopping, So please consider supporting us as soon as we get into this. But if you'd like to be part of what we're doing, please reach out to me on Telegram, and then I will let you know. It's late, so I'm not going to put up the account details today. But thank you very much for your generosity and your support all this while. All right, having said that, we're going to have our anthems, and then we'll call it a day. So before we go, every day we have our Nigerian anthem and Yoruba anthem. We're going to play the two. But let me also say this. Tomorrow is January 15. We're having the 60th anniversary of the first coup in Nigeria. We're going to be reading many books, right? But not just reading to be boring. We don't do boring things. So please come early. Music starts before 4 o'clock, and then we'll get into conversation a bit after 4. Thank you very much. Here's the Nigerian anthem. Please sing along if you know the lyrics. If not, kindly learn the lyrics. Here's the Nigerian anthem. Enjoy.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand.
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́ ilé wa ọ̀nà wa yóò máa dára sí ní lágbára ọlọ́run. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God help you become productive beyond your wildest dreams, and may your dreams come true. In Jesus' name. Mr. Diamo, thank you very much for being here. We'll be here tomorrow again at 4 p.m. We're going on camera tomorrow, unlike other Thursdays, but tomorrow we'll be having the conversation about the first coup in Nigeria. See you then, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Have a lovely evening. See you tomorrow. Odaro.